good. So we're sort of ensuring that the repeat happens because it looks good, it's okay, and people want to change their life. They don't have to change it. That's how my lifetime value will continue. Plus, the major reason that hey, they bought my square computer glass, they know they like it enough, they're going to buy my product. They're going to buy my product. So my product line, as it evolves, will ensure a interaction with my consumer thing to the coming to me. Yes. Is there any sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. Is there any trend that you see on the repeat side to just validate your point to or the biggest trend I have seen where is that even though people go to a store, you see 100 designs, they still tend to buy the product they are suitable. But Anjico पे दिखना है. And Anjico में भी भाई वो मैंने I took the round earlier. Do you have the same round? Do you have the same square with a different color? So the trend is people are already knowing what suits their face. They don't want to change that. They may change the brand, they may change the color, but not what suits. They may only two, three shades of suit. Yeah, yeah. This is an example of data. Data analysis regulators it also evolve in the future. The site will change. Sometimes they have a technology come into that product. So we stick to the same part of it, but we still evolve in the same shape and the same product. That's like giving you new designs every 3 months. So Gurgaon will have default. So I do have 14 colors. One color later. And I come up with a kit which has a comfort kit to it. So I will evolve in my product line, but I will not change my product because that's not going to create recall for me as a brand with a consumer. Also, like we said, people want to look good, people want to look cool. That's why I have multiple colors. That's why I still have three shades. And that's why I still want to evolve more as the consumer evolves with me. But I don't want to change. It's not that I'm so till today, lenses are manufactured and China. So eyewear market is run by a very small community called that. Earlier did not have specialists involved in our everyone used to get the lenses from China. Let's say it's a 50 rupee lens. In Chinese shop, you can pick that 50 rupee lens is distributed at 60 rupees, and a 60 rupee lens is distributed at 100 rupees, and then it goes to the consumer at 3 rupees. Margins are pretty much everything else good, and everything is very good. It's the way China is also understanding that, oh, India is manufacturing, the world demand is increasing. They want more price for it. India is not able to give them as much price for the product which they want. So they are also eventually exporting to other countries. Also in India, prescription lenses are still made, which is a very minor lenses which are 15 to 18% of the business. That's made out of semi-conductors. Very stock lenses. High stocking value, you have 16,000 plus SKUs, you need to manufacture it. So with the way our industry is evolving, because you have to convince someone in the manufacturing that, oh, why don't you start resin manufacturing? So that's what we happen. Because of my family legacy of glass manufacturing in India, we know we're the only organized glass manufacturer in India. We used to do job work for 8 o'clock. So we understand that manufacturing process. So we have tied up with the system model. We've got someone on board saying that, hey, why don't you manufacture these lenses? And we will do the distribution marketing we think and also one of the best benefits is you save 14% cost when manufacturer in India than the same or maybe better quality. Because labor is cheaper over here, no duty consumed, no shipping. All raw materials will come from China. That is your for this, the challenge of bought for us again. So we are still not sure if profit which is the inventory wise, you still spend only 15% revenue from shipping. And the rest have come from 16 to 32 years. For the only reason that we've seen a trend that with kids, parents are still going to make the kids there. That's why we try to see. Parents have a lot of questions for kids. The kid is very different. So we see more of adults, especially college going students and IT companies. We get a lot of orders from Bangalore, Hyderabad, all these things are IT, and a lot of gamers also. And what is sort of cat, sorry, we have our it's part of the region. So my customer has a lot of shopping in terms of product mix. Once you are in the fruit, blue light or light, what else is there in the product? So the best we came across my product is it's super lightweight and it break very easily. And the pricing is good. They can buy it at affordable. So I have seen a very big surge in my revenue when it comes to from pack of one to now pack of two and pack of three. So I'm doing 25% more combos because people want to buy one for one, one for a I want to buy two colors. So that's how we've seen the trend. We still have too early to give you a decision, but we're still seeing this trend. And we eventually, with opticians also want their consumers come and want their lensa जो है 1500 रुपए का 15 का प्रोडक्ट चाहिए यार. Opticians don't have. They have to go to the cutlery market, pick it up, no warranty, no packaging. Even the brands like ID don't give a face on the The optician needs to get it. So there is such a big gap in our industry because the industry is still evolving. The problem is with it. And I think players like us were learning from bigger players and learning from the industry. Thank you. That's the 100x of PC as a PC investor. So they invested last year March 2021. Few angels invested with them during COVID. So after before we launched investment, they helped us to learn the background. Zero glasses. Some glasses are with some glasses, zero glasses are personal. Recently lost a friend. With process higher job. Customers are approaching. We get orders from Andaman also. But majorly, if you get present in March, people are more on the screen for computer class. The sunglasses is again still seeing a lot of college students. That's still using for us. Using people are what the reason I want to go. So fixed product line. So till now in optician there was nothing called fixed product. Okay, so shows the product line. They buy what they want and go. There was fixed credit policy, there was fixed product line. Customers whatever product they go, they can call and pick it back. This is not available. So but India's biggest upcoming affordable chain store here they go and text me. They both shown inbound interest to put a product. Here they go want to put our product in all their stores and text is now shifting from a single brand store to a multi-brand so that their investors getting. So now they are also we have an inbound interest of hey, you cannot develop a affordable range, so they will develop a lot of ranges. So can you put your gondola set? We like how it's fixed. We like how you're clear. We don't need to worry about supply. So later in eyewear, let's say they buy a aviator from a brand and get over repeat doesn't happen. So brands get only 300 to 1200 pieces and distribute it and once they're over they get new business. We go on to all to get new. Thank you. generally when people buy something, they consider polarized. Polarized sunglasses is a feature which not just has to be used, but also has to wear. What our product has is not and so people, consumers are coming there, you all are giving the product in such affordable, can it, the sunglasses polarized be so affordable as well? Is it? Yeah, it can. You have to go back, source the food length, and our strong supply chain cost, and give it to them at that price. So we are giving it at 1200 rupees with absolutely impossible without a cost. Yes, we have to use the rectangle ground square and adult, rectangle ground square and food, all have the same position. Cooking colors because again, you know, we want to launch a limited edition in the metal collection, but again, we're still working on the technology of how to make it lightweight. This can be heavy. So we're still working on making it lightweight. The nose pad should not have a mark on your nose. These are all actual consumer products. A lot of consumers who buy take our product, but this is really lightweight, may not take my brand. So how can we do that is very important. Thinking a lot not in fashion but in startups with service. Thank you, Kavan. Give it up for Kavan, guys. Much. Thank you, guys. Thank you to everyone. सबसे पहना ही देगा तो सबको. I hope those are for gifts, ना? Oh, lovely. Guys, थोड़ा सा please देखो. दो mic का क्या करूँगा? All right. अरे तो कुछ हुआ ना? Then, are you also cooking? So, one to do another. साथ में रहती भी होती. Really, if you stay together, you're not doing a good job. Please, God, right. Next on stage, can I have Nayan Shah on stage? Nayan, take your time. Come. You want the diet mic, Sophie?
Hi. Yes.
Give it up for Nayan, guys. Come on. Nayan will talk about himself and pet chef. All the very best, man. You are.
Good afternoon, guys. So I've had 5 dogs for the last 20 years. I've been around dogs all my life. And I'm also a Jain. I come from a Jain family. All my life, I've struggled with feeding my dogs the right food. घर पे नॉनवेज अलाउड नहीं है, किचन में नहीं बना नहीं सकते हो. It took me about 2-3 years to convince my mom to allow me to feed the right food to my dogs. So this problem that we are solving right now is also something that is very personal to me. And I have gotten a lot from my dogs all these years, and it's now time to give back. So that's the space that I operate in. Professionally, I have been a serial sales guy. I have spent about 12 years working for an organization called Infinite or Infinite Me. We used to do outdoor-based learning programs for children and leadership programs for corporates. I was the national sales head. Grew the company from 50 lakhs to 24 crore revenue. And that's what I do at Texas as well. And take care of the sales, marketing, and brand. So yes, we are Pet Chef. We are India's tastiest pet food brand. And before I start, I have a question. Do we have folks here who have pets at home? Wonderful. You ask any of these folks here, and they will tell you that they are not pet owners, they are pet parents. And that's the change that we've seen in the last 5 years. Pets are treated as families, and it's rightly so. And people go above and beyond to make sure that their dogs, their cats, their pets get the right nutrition, the best of everything. Personally, I have always spent more money on my dogs than I have spent on myself. So, that's the space that we operate in. But if you ask any of these dog parents, what are the food options available for them today? So there are only two options available in the market. On one hand, we have what is called as kibble, the brown color pellets that you would have seen. Those are highly processed, full of preservatives, lots of chemicals, fillers, artificial colors, etc. Extremely convenient, but not good for the dog in the long run. And on the other hand, there is home cooked food. Home cooked food is fresh and tasty, but it's extremely inconvenient. So pet parents have to first figure out what to make for their dog, to source that ingredients over and over again, and then cook it for the next 15 years. So I mean, that those are the only two options available to pet parents today. So what we've done is we've brought in fresh food with all the goodness of it, with the convenience of, the packaged food or kibble. So that's the space, that's the gap that we are solving. That's the problem statement that we are working on. What we've done is we make fresh food using the best of ingredients. These are all human grade fresh ingredients. In fact, any of you adventurous enough to open a packet and have a spoonful yourself. I have done a lot of it, and in fact, if you go on our website, the first thing you'll see on our website is us feeding this food to people and capturing their reaction, and we got great feedback. So that's the kind of quality of food that we are providing, and it is cooked in a base of a superfood ingredient called the bone broth. Like pet parents should know, it's a superfood. It takes about 24 hours to get that broth. It's made by simmering chicken and goat bones, overnight for a period of 24 hours, and that's what we use as a base to cook all our meals. Not only is it extremely tasty, but it's also extremely nutritious. And above that, we are using retort technology to pack these products in. So what retort technology does is it allows us to keep fresh products fresh for a period of 1 year without the use of any preservatives or refrigeration. These products that you see, some of them are the meat packets. They've been out, they don't have any preservatives, and all a pet parent has to do is just open and serve. There is absolutely no prep required. No heating, no adding hot water, nothing. Keep it any shelf, anywhere, just open and put in the dog's bowl. That's the convenience that you bring to the food. Now, what it also does is, it gives the pet parent, people like me, जिसकी मम्मी allow me to do this because यह नहीं cook होगा. It solves problems for vegetarian families. It solves problems for people who have adopted dogs but don't have the time to cook for them every day. It solves problems for people who don't want to feed regulated processed food to their dog and are not, and also who are not sure what exactly to feed my dog. It kind of addresses problems of all these people. On our end, it makes life extremely easy for us because we can use just about selling courier service to courier these products anywhere in the country. You don't need any cold chain logistics, you don't need any specific to store. You can just sign up to pick up your, sign on and just send it across anywhere you want to. So that's the convenience that we provide. Now we started with launching 4 products in the meal category. There are 2 in chicken and 2 in mutton, and there are about 12 SKUs, so 100, 200 and 300 grams between these 4 products. And between these 12 SKUs, we are able to cater to every dog possible. Small dog, like a Shih Tzu or a Chihuahua to a Labrador, or if you young pup, 2 months, 3 months to a senior dog who needs to lose weight or gain weight. I mean, any dog we are able to cater to, all dogs between these 12 SKUs. What we've also done, which is not see here, but you see on your table, is we've launched a bunch of treats. We've launched about 7 treats. There are 2 superfoods and 2 gravies. The idea is these are all experiments that we are running. The gravies in your cup and critical category. The superfoods are, like an add-on for people who cook at home. And then treats are, of course, every pet owner wants to give the dog treats. So we're launching new categories as well. And but the focus is on the meals primarily. Now, just to give you an idea of what the landscape looks like, there are about 3.1 crore pet dogs in India as of today, and they're growing at a CAGR of 17% year on year. So that's how large the space is. So we are targeting the top 5 lakh pet families from tier 1 and 2 cities who are spending more than 6 to 7,000 on their dog food monthly, which is like an average annual spend of about 80,000. This creates a market revenue opportunity of about 4,000 crores. Our go-to market, uh, we are focused, we are a Bombay-based brand. Our focus is on Bombay to begin with. That's where our base is, and that's where we are able to collect a lot of insights, physically lead restaurants as well. So we are focused on Bombay. It's a combination of content, performance, and a lot of things that we do offline. Of course, we use performance marketing, so there's Instagram, Facebook, Google, where we run ads and create the first sale. Apart from that, uh, we do a lot of content-led marketing. So my co-founder Nakul, he writes a blog every week. He posts it on our website, LinkedIn, Instagram, etc. We run an offline community of about 150 pet parents on this app called Tigri, and that is where we invite not only nutrition specialists but also other specialists in the pet industry, groomers, vets, boarders, trainers, etc. Just to give people an insight of what to do, to give them, educate them on how to raise their dogs. We also do strategic tie-ups. So we have a tie-up with a company called Spoiled Vegetables that does overnight camping trips for dogs. We have their food partners. So the dogs go on this overnight camping trip, we eat our meals, and then they come back and then we speak to them. These are the kind of stuff that we're doing in Bombay right now. The idea is very simple. Build a playbook, perfect it, and replicate it in other cities. We are doing Amazon as well, so that is kind of pan India. Performance of marketing also gives us, top metricity, but the ultimate focus is in Bombay, and the idea is to then replicate it to other cities as well. Going forward, right now we are 95% D2C about sites on Amazon. Going forward, it's quick commerce, digital stores, and then pets. That's the way forward. Because the company landscape looks like majority of the market is right now owned by brands like and Juice, which are the most popular brands, but they're all in the processed food, preservative, wala, kibble category. There are a couple of brands who are doing it in the fresh category as well, with very quality Dabbar. However, the go-to-market is very different. They're using the same technology that we are using to get the food. However, the recipes are completely different. This will give you a little more idea on what the differences are. So one is, of course, the bone broth base, which completely increases the nutrition profile as well as the palatability of the food. The second is the whole subscription model. Subscription is a word that we use here, not with our clients, it's a taboo in India subscription. We use monthly packs, but that's what we do. That's what our focus is. We also have an inside sales team. So every sales that comes to our website, apart from the digital journey of WhatsApp, emails, SMS, the customer over the next 6 months, we also have an inside sales team that talks to them. So this we think is something that makes a real difference right now at a stage where education is still required. सबसे बड़ा question आता है, how does it stay fresh without preservatives? So that kind of questions we are solving for it, but the inside sales team being in touch with the consumer directly, owning the customer is something that we are the only guys who are able to do that. We started about 2 years ago. The first year we did about 54 lakhs in revenue. The second year we did 96 lakhs. This is primarily, majorly bootstrap. We raised our 100x check only in this year, Jan and February, when we got the money. By the time we could use the money, it was already March, had already ended. So the first 2 years were primarily bootstrap. We started with about 56 subscribers in the first year to 116 that we ended at last year. We are currently on 171 subscribers that we do. This will give you an idea. We did a revenue of 16 lakhs last month with 171 subscribers. The best part is that 65% of this 16 lakhs came from our monthly users. And we have a repeat rate of 85% from these monthly subscribers. The remaining 15% buy from us at least once in 3 months. So we have a very high repeat rate and we have a very high lifetime value here. Currently, the average subscription price is about 6,000 rupees and we enjoy a 50% gross margin. However, that margin is also economies of scales are not kicked in right now. So we're still doing about 50% gross margin, but as we scale, we are likely to increase the gross margin from 50 to 60% as well. CM1 and 2 positive. The CAC is higher on the right now because we started performance marketing only after we raised funds. So April and May is when we started performance marketing. It'll take about 3-4 months for it to settle down. Starting with a lot of experimentations, etc. The CACs are higher, but it's likely to go down as we proceed. ROAS, same function of CAC as well as the different hooks that we are trying. We have one right now. As we go from 150 to 1500 subscribers, we see our ROAS increasing as well. This is what our plans look like. We are already on track. We already done our Q1 numbers, 44 lakhs. The idea is to raise funds right now, take 150 to 1500 by the end of the year in Bombay, and then expand to the rest of the country post March once we reach about 1500 number, and then take it from 1500 to 4000 over the next year. So that's what our plan is, and this is our team. So we are a team of 3. We are all friends. We are all passionate pet parents. We all bring in complementing skill sets. I come from a sales background.
Akshay has been an interior designer. So in his words, 15 years of doing interior design is that design is 10%, 90% is execution. And that's exactly what he does at Pet Shop as well. He is the CEO. He takes care of everything backend, from production to logistics, operations, everything is managed by Akshay. And Nakul is our money guy. He's done his MBA in finance from base in London, and he's worked with Fino Payments. He had a fintech-based startup which he sold back in 2010. He's worked with Fino, he's done his MBA in finance, and he's the finance guy. So we are three people bringing complementing skill sets. All have known each other for about 20 years. All have been pet parents, and everybody, all of us have the same mission. So that's us. This is what we want to look. This is what we are focusing on. We want to raise around the 4 crores. We've already raised 1.25 crores from Anadex VC in January this year. Currently, the 4 crores we've allocated it into 2 parts. We are doing about 1 crore in angel round right now, and about 3 crores in the EC round in the next 3 to 4 months. Before the end of the year, we have to close our EC round as well. Like Kevin mentioned, 100x does pitch days. We already have commits for about 55 lakhs in our angel round out of the crore. And the idea is to close it in this month, focus, grow the business, and by the end of the year, close around of about 3.5 crores from VCs as well. So that's us.
Thank you very much. Alan, all yours.
Thanks so much for that. I wish you guys were around when my dogs were around.
Yes.
Great products. Just a couple of questions. One is, what's your manufacturing infrastructure right now, and what are the plans to scale that as you go beyond public?
Perfect.
And second, also, how are you distributing now? Are you offline at all, or is it just Amazon and your website?
I'll answer those questions. So the first question, we do our manufacturing in Delhi right now. The sourcing of the ingredients and the cooking part is managed by us completely. And the last part, which is the retort part, which gives it the shelf stable. So the packing and the retort is outsourced. So we are in control of our quality completely. The control, quality, pricing, cooking, everything is in-house. Only the retort part is outsourced. We have a production capacity of, we're doing about 3 tons a month right now. The production capacity is about 1.5 tons a day at the center that we are doing it. So there is enough and more right now. We've also spoken to about 2 more contract manufacturers that we can, go to in case, the idea is to not be dependent on one contract manufacturer. But that will happen at a little bit more scale. With 3 tons, dividing it into 2 will be expensive at both places. So once we reach about 6 tons, then we can keep 3 here and 3 more, and have more resources available. So that's, I hope that answers your question. And to answer your second question, we are primarily focused on direct to consumer right now. We are doing dipsticks right now, placing our products at pet stores as well as non-pet stores to see where the traction is. The idea behind putting it in non-pet stores is that instead of being the 51st brand in a pet store, let's be the first brand in a non-pet store. So I'd rather be at a Nature's Basket than be at a Heads Up Hotels, because pet parents are going to both places. So that's, we're running some experiments. I think it will become a larger part of our strategy as we move forward, when there is also some pull and not just push, when there is some awareness. As of now, there are a couple of challenges with going full on with the retail strategy. One is that the inventory required is very high, and the turnaround time, they ask for 45 days credit, the money only comes after 90 days, etc. So there are those kind of challenges as well. So it is definitely going to be a part of our strategy, but I believe once we move from about 150 to 1500 point package, that will open up a lot of our options. I have already spoken to the operations director at Blinkit, and she's a pet parent, so she's seen our product, has sent a sample as well. She loved the product as well. She's like, man, hit 25 lakh a month mark and give me a call and we'll list you on Blinkit as well. So I think that is something that we're more interested in going forward, to discovery with the audience, moving there as well. But I believe, lessons from all D2C brands, आज नहीं तो कल retail तो करना ही पड़ेगा. When is that point? We will come to it, but it is not today. But it will be soon.
Thanks, Nayan. Really love your passion with which you speak for the pets.
Thank you.
I had 2 very quick questions. If I look at the pricing of this pack and the amount it contains, I believe a medium pet would require 1.5 packs sizes.
Correct.
So per day spend would be around 400 to 600 depending on whichever product you're using. Your chicken one is 175 and it's got 250 grams, so one consumption at one time. And this one is around 300 rupees. So 400 to 600, 30 days, it becomes 12,000 to 18,000 per month. So how large is that market who is spending almost 12,000 to 18,000 per month on just food? Because there are other spends which are much more
Absolutely.
aggressive in nature.
So to answer your question, so we have three sizes: 100, 200, 300 grams. So उसमें तो one is that you go for the one that is most suitable for your dog. So that's also that you don't need more than one packets per meal. The second is that these are per pack prices. So when you do a pack of one, you get it on MRP. When you buy a pack of 10, you get a 10% discount. When you buy a pack of 60, which is what a monthly subscription is, 2 months a day or 2 meals a day, we give that a 35% discount. Which if you sign up on our website, which is auto renewal and auto debit month on month, we provide an extra 15% discount. So after all of those discounts, so ideally for a chicken a month. So 60 packets of 300 grams of our chicken and rice meal, which is the most best selling and the most popular meal, will cost you 6,500, between 6,500 to 7,000 rupees. So it does not a multiplier of 60 less 15%. So it does work out if somebody. The idea is to move towards a monthly plan because that's where the higher LTV is. See, unlike humans, dogs don't like to eat different meals every day. हमने आज Italian खा लिया, कल Chinese खा लिया, but dogs' gut bacteria is designed in a way that they need to be fed the same meals every day. So the idea is sell them about 2 weeks of food, let them experience, let the dogs eat it, let them see the convenience, and then get them on a month-on-month planning, which gives us a higher LTV as well. So we are able to provide them at a discounted price as well.
Thank you. And another question I had was on the retort technology, because as I understand it, it's heating the food at a very high temperature so that all your bacteria die down, and then you pack it so that there is no bacterial activity inside the package.
Correct.
But what also happens with that, a lot of vitamins get killed, not really the minerals. So how do you keep the nutritional profile intact?
So, interested, there are ways of doing it. So, for example, there's only one change: we first pack it and then retort it. The food, I mean, again, trade secret, guys, don't take it outside, but you don't cook the food fully before putting it in the retort machine. So, you have to, depending on what your ingredients are, depending on what kind of bacterial load you are expecting that you want to negate, you have to balance that. कि तुमने कितना cook किया and फिर तुम उसको कितना pressure. Basically, it's temperature, heat, and pressure both. So you have to strike that balance that you get the desired result without getting the vitamins and the minerals off. So all the analysis that you see on the packs are after the food has been retorted, and we've been able to manage it and keep it constant. What it does do, retort, why it is not picked up in humans as well, कि एक है ना एक aftertaste 19-20 का आ जाता है. So now that is a problem for humans. But for dogs, it's not a problem because their primary sense of, giving a food go no go is the smell. So we don't have that problem as well. But human retorted food with the aftertaste is a problem. That's the only challenge that does not apply to us basically.
I understand.
And one quick question. Generally, for a consumer who's trying pet shop for the first time, what is typically a trigger for them to come to pet shop? Are these consumers already feeling good to their dogs and then moving away, or are they looking for convenience of food? Like, what's the profile and trigger for a consumer?
So, to give you an honest answer, we started with from our personal experiences, and I can't pin out one target category right now that I am going to 100% focus on. So even in the first 2 months of performance marketing that we started, we're trying different hooks. So one is a vegetarian family, one is a working couple who have a dog who don't have the time to cook, one is who's not sure what to cook, and one who's feeding kibble. The way we see it that the kibbles are the fastest adopters because those are also categories used to spending money on their dog's food. जो घर पे बनाने वाले आते हैं, that money typically comes from the overall house food budget. So they are not looking at the dog food revenue kharcha separately. So the fastest converters right now are the ones who have been feeding kibble. However, we are seeing some traction. So again, with some funding, we are also doing 1 week of free sampling for people we think would be interested to get them a taste of that convenience. 15-20% premium deki, you can actually completely feed this food and outsource the entire process completely. So it's still initial stages. Right now the answer is that the feeble ones are the ones who are going towards the fastest.
And anything else? Please give it up for the pet chef, yeah. कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। मालूम हाथ को क्या हुआ? हाथ को क्या हुआ?
एक क्रॉस होगा, उसके बाद नो फॉलो क्वेश्चन। पहले ना पहले। नो फॉलो क्वेश्चन।
Wait. Have you? No, by the way, please give it up for that. I tell you what, his brand is Pet Chef, right? But I think the dog whisperer also. The kind of passion this guy has about pet parents is incredible. My founder has two beautiful boys.
Perfect.
And I'm going to connect you to him.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure he'll be a best customer. Because वो बहुत खिलाते हैं.
Any pet parent.
I was about to ask that. Any pet parent है? दे दो मैं आपका दो. बहुत सारे भाई. एक महीने की GMB यही हो जाएगी.
Perfect.
Guys, please.
I just said that I want to try his food because my dog is a fuzzy one. And I wanted to try because when he said you can taste the food yourself, I do that for my dog when I cook meals for him. So I want to try that for sure.
Absolutely. Connect. I'm going to be here for the next 2 hours.
Absolutely.
थोड़े काम करो साहब माल मंगा दो थोड़ा यहीं पे भी
I want to add a lot of pet owner, but I immediately messaged my friend and told him, listen, you gotta check this out.
Yeah.
Plus they're Bombay based, you have to message them.
मेरे लिए सैंपल छोड़ के जाना
Yes.
guys I think this is what is important this is the community
I'm glad I was able to strike a chord, and that's exactly from a business point of view. Also, the idea is to just take it out there now.
great give it up for क्या बोल रहा था कि 100x वालों का जो पार्टनर है वो गुड्डू है क्या बस समझ आ गया मुझे I have to change my name from Mr. to Shah
100% advantage. This is the best.
So the next guy who want to be on the stage, I really like the t-shirt, especially the back of it. I hope you carry it. Let's catch up out. We're gonna make a party of it, right? Please give it up. Please give it up for Holy. भाई सही चीज है t-shirt. I hope. Do you all of you know what this is, right? Or you don't want to admit that you know this thing?
We know plants.
यार अब तुम पाला तो बड़ी जला के खाओगे. Shivraj, you want the mic?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. A big thank you to the D2C Insider team for giving me this opportunity. My name is Shivraj Sharma. I'm from Delhi. I have close to about 13 years of experience within the manufacturing, retail, and healthcare ecosystems in India. I was not anywhere near healthcare. I've spent about 4.5 years now in healthcare, but before that, it was mostly retail and manufacturing to do with the textile and garments, right? My foray into the healthcare space actually began when a family member was diagnosed with cancer. And shortly after her chemotherapy started, and while the chemo was working very well to eradicate the cancer, it was causing very hard side effects. And as do most cancer patients and their families, that's when we rather started as a family looking towards herbal solutions to help her. And we went across Siddha, Unani, Ayurveda, and that's the first time we came across CBD oil. Long story cut short, this is something that completely changed the entire face of her treatment. Again, didn't cure the cancer. Cancer was being taken care of by the chemo, but there was a marked improvement in her pain, nausea and vomiting. She was eating better, which further gave us better. Completely was a game changer for her quality of life. That is what piqued my interest in this space, and I spent about 4.5 years, and I haven't looked back. So that's a little bit of a background about me. I'll now start with the presentation. Right. So Holy is a licensed healthcare company. We are working towards solutions to one of the largest remaining unresolved problem areas that exist healthcare today, and that's to do with pain management. Now, more specifically, chronic and neuropathic pain conditions are a huge global health concern. 1.7 billion people worldwide and over 60 billion Indians suffer from chronic pain. Chronic pain refers to conditions that cause long-standing pain, anything upwards of 3 months. These are conditions that can be managed to a great extent, but a lot of them cannot be fully cured. Conditions such as arthritis, fibromyalgia, menstrual pain, migraines, cancer pain, etc. The current pain management therapeutics that exist come with a fair amount of drawbacks. When we're talking about allopathic medications, they are considered to be high in toxicity. Prolonged use of these medications can cause severe side effects that can even be fatal. So much so that these prescribed medications have been deemed the third most common cause of death after heart disease and cancer. When we're talking about the herbal medications that are available, while the adoption and acceptability in India is quite high, and they are considered to be generally safe, they're also linked to a delayed response. So that means they are connected with taking a longer duration to take effect. This is not what pain patients are looking for who want an immediate pain relief therapy. This is where whole leaf comes in. So we are a licensed therapeutics company with a core focus on chronic and neuropathic pain management. All of our formulations are devised by medical experts and are made using premium CBD, which is extracted from the hemp plant. It is then combined alongside other synergistic phytochemical compounds that deliver safe and effective pain relief whilst minimizing the risk of any harsh or long-term side effects. These are the three pillars of our company. We are licensed under the Ayush Ministry, Government of India, so we are legally allowed to manufacture these drugs and distribute them pan-India across all states. All the formulations are manufactured in a GMP certified facility to ensure quality standards, and each product batch is third-party lab tested in a government authorized lab to make sure that the products are 100% safe to use. I'll now quickly walk you through the team. I've already told you about myself. I would say, not coming from a medical background, it has been quite a steep learning curve for me. I've spent the majority of my time as an early entrant understanding how this works within the framework in India. So I have ensured that Olive has all of the necessary licenses and permits that are required to work, function, and grow in space. The other aspect of my time, a majority of my time rather, has gone on working and communicating with some of the leading medical physicians in the country, both in allopathy as well as Ayurveda, and I have been able to create a team of these medical experts comprising of the very top KOLs in the country that have been instrumental in guiding us as far as our product formulations are concerned, the distribution thereof, and even participating as key avid endorsers and spokespersons of these medications to get a buy-in from the further medical community. The other team member is Samara Mahindra. Again, Samara we partnered with exclusively for our wholly oncology range of formulations, which is a first and only cancer care-based cannabinoid formulations that we've launched in India. She comes with over 10 years of experience in integrated healthcare and more specifically in integrated oncology. She is currently working with some of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world, so AstraZeneca, Pfizer, Novartis are her clients, and they are catering to between 800 to 1,000 new cancer patients every month. So we have access to this database. Her involvement is devising medical strategy, marketing and sales of these products into the network of healthcare community patients, and they're also supporting us with the clinical trial that we're doing. Now, I'm very excited about this clinical trial. We are on our way to become the first Indian clinically validated medical cannabis company, and we're doing these trials in partnership with the largest healthcare organization in India, which is the Apollo. I'll talk to you a little later about that in the presentation. I'm also very proud of the advisory board that I have, that we have, again, comprising of the leading KOLs both in allopathy and Ayurveda, starting with Dr. Professor G.P. Dureja, over 37 years of experience as a pain physician, one of the foremost authorities when it comes to pain in India, 20 years of practice at the AIMS Institute, and is the current founder of the Delhi Pain Management chain of clinics. Needless to say, all of our medications are being prescribed through his chain clinics. I have testimonials from Dr. Dureja where he has been able to take cancer patients completely off opioid treatment, and they are only solely based on our CBD treatment protocols. I'm very proud of that. Then there's Dr. Piyush Juneja, over 17 years of experience in clinical research and R&D. And Dr. Mani Singhal, a gold medalist from the AIMS Institute, a very well-known name in medical oncology in India. He's also the principal investigator and the lead doctor on the clinical trial that we're doing. So I've already familiarized you with the current gaps in the pain management therapeutics market. Here is why the opportunity for our medication is huge. First is that these are safe and effective. They have minimal temporary side effects. And are absolutely non-fatal, which is not what you can say about a lot of the prescription-based pain drugs that are available in India, especially opioids. which cause thousands of deaths every year and have very severe side effects. Second benefit is that these are multifaceted in their approach. Not only do they relieve pain, reduce pain occurrence, but also help to relieve problems that pain is often accompanied by, such as stress and anxiety and sleeplessness and insomnia. The third and most important benefit is that these can be used as a rejuvenant therapy. Now, because these medications have very few drug interactions, they can be safely integrated alongside conventional medicines to reduce the side effects of those medications, thereby ensuring that the patients don't drop out, right? So it's a win-win for everyone. We're not going head-to-head with pharmaceutical companies, rather offering a supportive care, complementary treatment option that will improve the overall outcome of their patients. This is why the pharmaceutical companies all over the world are jumping at this opportunity. With the likes of Pfizer, Jazz Pharmaceuticals, our very own Dr. Reddy's Labs has invested billions and billions of dollars into acquiring, partnering with cannabinoid-based companies. Now, why would a giant like a Pfizer or a Dr. Reddy's have to partner with another company? They have no shortage of resources. I'll tell you why. For any medical product to scale, there has to be a certain amount of clinical validation done in the country on the nationality of patients in which it is launched. And these clinical trials can take anywhere between 1 to 3 years or more. So it makes sense for a pharma company to partner with, acquire, invest into a company that already has the clinical stage validation done and has built a certain amount of brand recall in the medical fraternity. This is exactly what we are building at Forti. Our goal to build product awareness and need is by establishing credibility in the medical fraternity, and we've already started our clinical trial journey, and we're building proprietary, clinically validated formulations solving very focused pain conditions. Our goal is to build a value proposition to get a pharma buy-in within the next 3 years, because our intention is eventually to take these medications to the US FDA. These are some of our formulations. We are working in the areas of pain management, chronic and neuropathic, so pain in the muscles, bones, ligaments, and nerves. Conditions such as fibromyalgia, arthritis, menstrual pain, migraines, Parkinson's, hemorrhoids, issue from the other. This is the cancer care range of formulations that I was talking to you about. These are being prescribed by some of the leading oncologists in India. I'm happy to share those details with you later as well. These are addressing big gaps in the current cancer care therapeutics industry. While the treatment options like radiation and chemo work very well, they cause severe pain, nausea, vomiting, anorexia, and these are complementary products that can be used to relieve those side effects. In terms of the target market, we've been very focused on the chronic and neuropathic pain market. Just to give you an idea, there's different kinds of pain. For example, acute pain, which is temporary pain. You throw your back out, you twist your ankle, there's a move, there's a volley, you have a headache, there's this one. For a patient who is suffering from a chronic arthritis pain, from a migraine, severe menstrual pain, they are the ones who have to resort to the harsher pain management medications. And as such, this is a subset of audience that is most open to using herbal alternatives, but the ones that are effective and safe to use at the same time. And this is the TG that we have. Globally, this is one of the fastest growing industries in the world. It contributed to 14 billion in the year 22, again set to grow to 197 billion by the year 28. Also, 3/4 of the revenue contributed by cannabinoids in medical cannabis specifically were brought in by pain management. So pain management is the most potent and common use case of these medications worldwide. The global pain management market stands at 76 billion, set to grow to 97 billion by 28. The Indian pain management market stands at 2 billion, with over 70% of the entire Indian population using herbal medicines for their health needs. That's 900 million people in India who are using herbal drugs to relieve their ailments. Our revenue model is pretty straightforward. We're doing a B2C and a B2B2C, so retailing online on our website, health and wellness platforms. We recently have been onboarded onto Amazon as well. And offline, we're retailing through medical hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, and big box retail stores. In terms of margins, we're pretty solid. Besides the cost of the product, we're sitting at an 86% average gross margin. So we're pretty healthy there. Now, in terms of traction, in terms of numbers, we've been operational for a little over 2.5 years now. And we have, last year we closed at about 1.3 crores. We're doing a month-on-month average revenue of about 12 lakhs. I'm also very proud to say that we're near profitability, so we're doing a minimal average burn of less than 1.5 lakhs. Which we're decreasing month on month again, given the same skeleton team that we have in place. Also, all of the growth that has happened so far, we have spent little to nothing on any online marketing of any kind. It's pretty much been by way of doctor advocacy and word of mouth of the patients. The reason that we adopted this strategy was because first, rather than going online and adopting a high burn model, we wanted to get an idea and a sense of what would work in India because it's a fairly new industry in India. So an early product market fit was very, very essential for us to get around. And I would say that we have arrived at that point where we've identified the gap in the current pain management market, which is recognized not just by the patients, but by the medical community as a whole as well. And also, a great part of our efforts has gone into creating medical partnerships because we're a medical company. The support of medical physicians is very relevant and eminent for sustainable growth. We are being prescribed by, we have a very strong doctor team, an extensive doctor team, which comprises not just of mid-level doctors, but of very senior doctors. And when these physicians speak, others listen. So that's been very, very helpful. And the clinical trial obviously is the cherry on top of the icing, cherry on top of the cake, which is going to serve as the wind beneath our wings once the preliminary results start to come out, which will be in the next 3 to 4 months. We've also partnered with some of the largest healthcare and resource retail companies in the country, Apollo being one of our strategic partners and one of our biggest partners. They are the largest healthcare organization in India, and that's really helped open up a lot of doors in the medical community. In terms of competitors, there are a few players that are doing good work in India. However, we have made sure that we've differentiated ourselves in the following ways. First is our product specialization and product innovation. Again, chronic and neuropathic pain market is where we're centered around. Just 2 minutes, sorry. We have a first mover advantage in terms of our distribution network, clinical trials underway, and our extensive reach into the medical community. Currently, we're raising 3 crores, which will be utilized over the next 12 to 15 months. We have a commitment of 1 crore already. We've received about 40 lakhs in the bank. Funds will be utilized towards now getting on board a team that would be instrumental in the sales and marketing, both online and offline. Now that we have our doctor community set, we have the product market fit in hand. Now is when we intend to go full steam ahead. These are some of our current investors. Mr. Zubin Bhandiwala, who's the ex-president of Mahindra Partners, a multi-billion-dollar investment arm of the Mahindra Group. Samara, I've already told you about Harshad Reddy, who's the owner of the Apollo Group. Mr. Ashutosh Pandey, CEO of Mahindra First Choice. We also have investment that's coming from Nikhil Bhandarkar and Mukesh Singh from the financial sectors. Mr. Mukesh Singh is the ex-president of IFL Finance, which is one of the largest NBFC organizations in the country. That's it for the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Or the third is B2B2C. And all of them require very different resources, very different mindset, very different business models, so to say. So I just wanted to understand because you had a bit of all three, which is the one, which is what you want to double down on as you grow in your journey.
Sure. That's a great question. Actually, it took me 3 years to kind of find the answer to that as well, right? So you realized early on that going direct to consumer with a medical product is a very high burn model. Conversion would not be that high. It's not a fashion item or a cosmetic product, right? So the support of the medical fraternity is very, very important for us. When a doctor writes the product on their prescription, you will trust it because you have faith in your doctor, right? So our intention in the past 2.5, 3 years has been to get doctor advocacy going. Because even when we start to go online, we start telling customers about our products, they will not trust us. They will trust the doctors who we plan to use as avid endorsers and spokespersons of the medications. So far it's been all
so it's going to be prescription product.
No, so technically they're both OTC and prescription, but the doctors are writing even the OTC product, right? So far it's been doctor advocacy. We want to now take this more into the D2C realm because we have that group of medical doctors in place, right? And the clinical trial results are also going to come out that will give further sort of credibility to what we're building and enable the end customer to trust us. So now is when we plan to foray into the online and the D2C market.
And that was my next question. What kind of claims are you looking to make with your clinical trials in terms of efficacy, long-term side effects?
Right. So one very good thing about what we're doing is that the clinical validation is already done globally. for the molecules that we're working with, the safety and efficacy is already proven by way of global clinical trials, and they're being given as a standard of care treatment option to multiple patients in the Western countries. We have taken the foundation from these trials and built our protocols. So what we're eventually going to be able to claim would be efficacy of the product. Safety is already set. Safety and long-term benefits and long-term side effects, that's already been proven. We would be the first company to build data on Indian patients regarding the efficacy of the medications that we're doing.
So in efficacy, what kind of claim would you say?
So, so let's say the cancer trial that we're doing, for example, in partnership with Apollo, which is with Dr. Manish Singhal. The primary objective is cancer pain management. Secondary objective is quality of life improvement parameters. So nausea, vomiting, appetite, sleep, and anxiety. Once we get the results from this, we would be able to claim each indication and the benefits. Our medications have been proven efficacy on each of these indications.
Do you see the
Sure.
do you see the regulatory landscape in India as an issue? Because that's something that usually makes me nervous about India, and considering it's a new industry. And I know you've taken the licenses, etc. But how do you have any insights into how it's going to evolve, and do you see that as an issue?
Absolutely. So that's the elephant in the room, right? That's the first question anybody asks. You'd be surprised to know that the regulatory framework in India is actually currently more robust than international markets where it's already surpassed $1 billion market. It's just the awareness of the people, right? It's always been legal in India. Medical use of these products there's always been a provision for it. But sadly, we tend to ape what happens in the West. And because the government has now been able to see the amount of success it's achieved in terms of sheer revenue and numbers, and not just that, even the medical relevance where it is a legitimate medical product, they started to give out the licenses. Right? I'll give you another example: opioids, morphine, pain management, severe pain management drug. It's taken from the leaf of the poppy plant. The same plant is used to make heroin. Heroin is the most addictive substance on this planet, but it is a very generalized form of treatment that's given to multiple patients because it has medical relevance, right? So this, as a comparative, is you cannot even compare the two. So in India right now, it's legal in multiple states. There's a new policy coming out in Himachal now. It's already been made. It's going to be launched soon, wherein we would be able to source the raw material. Pharmaceutical companies will be able to source the raw material directly from the farmers. We won't have the government intervention. Right now, we're buying from the government, right? That's just going to completely open up the floodgates, not just to the market in India, but the exports as well. So all signs point towards the right direction. So we have about 12 SKUs. Each one is for a specific sort of indication. Migraines, muscle pain and inflammation, joint pain, arthritis, fibromyalgia. You have hemorrhoids, mobility issues, back pain. No, so cancer is specifically for cancer. It's a completely different indication, completely different ingredient profile. Cancer products are not something that you go and buy from the market in any case. These are something that, these are medications that are prescribed by a physician. So that's 100% on medical oncologists are prescribing those drugs. But when it comes to sort of, let's say, orthopedics, right? Muscle pain, back pain. Back pain is a huge problem, where arthritis pain is a huge problem. That is something that you can go and buy from your chemist. So to promote awareness and credibility, right now we have been getting doctors to write it. We have not spent anything on the end customers. Now we're going to start building that sort of space up. So I would say two products. In the external use products, it's the Orthodexin, which is a joint pain relief oil. I mean, it's tried out yourself. It's fantastic. My mother has arthritis. She would start, popping pills like candy. And this is not completely taken it down to zero, but where she was taking one painkiller a day, now she's take one in a week in an SOS situation. That's the external use product. And then for the oral one, it's the Relief 4200 mg tincture.
So for you, market will be India right now.
Absolutely, yeah. First time.
So, I mean, will it be difficult or will it take time to scale up in India? Because in India already people are consuming
lot of herbal products, right? So there's a lot of competition in the market. So how do we come up with a strategy to, I mean, the question I have in mind, is it going to be more towards the cancer care and that's where the brand will be recognized, or it will become a general pain management company?
So, thank you for that question. So it's not, cancer is, so we're working in three main verticals, oncology, orthopedics, and neurology, right? And within these three verticals, we're only focusing on the chronic pain indication. We want to be synonymous with pain management in India, and not synonymous with any kind of pain. But I mean, we want to, even though the use case is that it will help with, if you twist your ankle, it will help you with that as well. But that is already taken care of by the current product offer that's there. So the way to penetrate the market is to go through this particular niche of chronic pain management. And we do intend to be in India for the time being until year 3, which is when we're projecting a partnership with a large-scale pharmaceutical company to eventually go to the US FDA. For now, in terms of preference of our medications over other herbal medications, it's the doctors in the clinical trial that are going to eventually promote and speak about it. So that's the strategy so far.
I have a question on the numbers, Shivraj.
Sure.
The price points are, if I can use the term steep, as compared to your regular move or quality or the other pain management. Is it because you procure at a higher price? Just give me a breakup of numbers in terms of the CM1, CM2 on a blended level.
So I'll actually have to come back to you with the proper breakup of CM1, CM2, but I can let you know in terms of our price margins.
Yeah.
So our products are retailing, the external use products start at $399 and they go up to $999.
Okay.
That's one product at $999, all the others are at $399, right? It's only the oral products that are priced higher. That's because we've done more of a value-based costing for that because the doctors are writing in the prescription. They start at 1680 and go up to 5600, but let's say a tincture of 1680 will last you anywhere between 50 to 60 days, right? So the usage of products lasts longer. And if you are suffering from one of those chronic conditions, paying a fraction extra, it will still last you longer is something that people are willing to do, especially if your doctor writes.
Yeah, but then she's bringing the positioning because if you were to directly sell it as OTC, then these price points are probably. But I think your approach is going to be heavily leaning towards, if you're talking about chronic pain management, it's still going to be towards clinical strides.
Well, as I was saying, initially it has been that. We still are kind of going through the doctors. We want to start building up the sort of the D2C space now that we have the trust of these doctors.
The price is going to change.
No, price for we're playing at very high margins, proper margins in any case, even so far. Going ahead, we can.
What's your name?
What's up?
Process.
So it's at 86%. So we have enough room to reduce the price, and once economies of scale start to kick in, our margin will improve further. So.
And 1.3 from how many customers, what's the base and what's the cohort and all of it?
So 70% of our sales come from the offline segment, medical hospitals, pharmacies, clinics. So it's it's kind of hard to assess that. But in terms of our monthly buys, the retailers and medical agencies that we're working with, like Apollo, Guardian, Apna Chemist, it's a month-on-month order, repeat order.
Yeah.
So we have 100% repeat in that regard. So we have consultancy agreements with doctors, wherein they become a part of our board and they kind of become speakers at medical seminars and further then refer patients to us. So it's not really a commission; it's a consultancy-based model that we have in place. And I mean that can be anywhere between 10%, 10 to 15%. NPD as in the product development. So we have actually a very credible medical product development team in place with a combined experience of over 60 years. They come with, Dr. Piyush Janeja as one of the persons who comes with that clinical experience. So we have a product developer who's essentially experienced in clinical research and R&D, and then we have a medical advisory board of medical physicians who work together to come up with. Yes, all of the products. But we do have an equity sort of model.
Do you also use the advisors and the network of people you have built on your platform for your GTM, basically feet on street or medical reps, etc.?
Yes, yes, we do.
That's good. Because that's the most expensive GTM.
Yes, right. I mean, and when they speak, it just people listen. Medical reps, doctors don't tend to listen to as much, but when Dr. Gareja is speaking, other physicians, it makes it very easy, easier.
Give it up for all these guys. Come on. I think there's a lack of awareness in the country about pain management. I think, especially the part you mentioned about arthritis. Right? In India, of course, a lot of us might know 70% of women suffer from osteoporosis, right? Primary and critical. Right? So I think you're doing all the very best. We're rooting for you, right? All right. Who do we have next? Oh, we finally found you guys, right? Please give a high lap, guys. थोड़ा जोर से करो, तीन मिनट बची है. All the way best. You need a hand mic or you want to use the guys? What is comfortable? Okay.
Hello everyone. We are very excited to be here, and I'm Pradeep, and this is my partner Balaji. We are the founders of High Labs. So we both lead. Why we started High Labs? It's a men's underwear brand, and there's so many underwear brands out there already. But why we started this? It's born out of personal necessity, where we both lead an active lifestyle, and normal underwear just is cut for us. It was always sweaty and damp, and it didn't work for us. So that's why we started High Labs. So we both are engineers and the best buddies from college. We graduated from Anna University, Chennai. As engineers, we embark on a mission to revolutionize men's underwear with our expertise in technology. So this led to the creation of High Engineering, also known as High Labs. And a bit about ourselves. I've worked in North America at major fashion brands as a fashion buyer. I worked with Ralph Lauren, Gucci, Ferragamo, and to name a few. And I have over 10 years experience in North American fashion industry. And Balaj, my partner, he has experience with manufacturing and operations, also working with some of the major distributors in Europe and the Western market. So our mission and vision. The mission is to free men of uncomfortable clothing, starting with underwear. And our vision is to be the best comfortable clothing company by focusing on functionality over fashion. So our fashion statement will all be, we will be concentrating more on basic products, but with a touch of functionality to it. So what's the problem that we are solving with High Labs? So discomfort. Men's underwear haven't been updated in centuries, and today's underwear often lets a man down because it doesn't support him, and also it interferes in their everyday activities, and also it lowers their confidence level when they're out there doing their day-to-day routine, and it makes them feel like highly uncomfortable, and it's very tight. And they want some innovation in the underwear to support and make them go through the day. So the solution. So we came up with a solution with design, and that's how we invented our patented ball and technology. So this is a pouch designed with moisture-wicking fabric, and this pouch provides more breathing space for the privates, and also it helps in eliminating odor, and also keeps the privates fresh and cool all day, even after an intense workout session. So how does it work? So the outer fabric of the underwear is made of micromodal fabric. This is 4 times softer than cotton, and also it's naturally antimicrobial in nature, so it prevents odor-causing bacteria growth. And the inner pouch is constructed in a 3D format where it has two wall-like structure along the sides where it helps to secure the privates in the proper place. And also the pouch extends up until the inner crotch area, where this area is prone to accumulate sweat and moisture, thus by preventing the formation of moisture in the inner crotch area. And another added feature is this pouch also gives friction-free comfort, so it prevents the privates from rubbing against your inner thighs, and also it gives the enough space for the privates to be not to be squished, so there's no rashes or no sweat. So seeing the industry overview, as you can see, the Indian innerwear, men's innerwear market is growing constantly year over year. And right now it's projected to grow at a CAGR of 7% to 218 billion by 2028. As you can see, there's four major categories in the innerwear market. One is economy, medium, and premium, and super premium. And market up until now, even though there's major innerwear brands out there, it's still unorganized, and 60% of the demand is met by unorganized sector and small brands out there. And so we come under premium category within the price points of 300 to 600 range. And this category makes around 18 billion gross, 18 billion rupees every year. And it's growing 20% a year, this particular category. And some of the major competitors out here are Garments, Bummer, and Waterproof. They also make micromodal underwear, but they don't have a specifically designed USP like ours. So we have an added advantage to play in the same price points, but also provide more added value to the customer. And this particular segment is driven by the consumer trend that's mainly due to increase in household income, increase in discretionary spend, and also rapid urbanization. So what differentiates us from other brands? Our underwear is utility patent protected, and we are comfort first brand. We concentrate on comfort, and we constantly innovate and update our products. So this current pouch design took us close to almost 20 to 25 iterations to make this final version. And we are India's first one-of-a-kind pouch underwear, and we are constantly rated more than 4.5 star ratings by our customers. And a huge advantage is we have very, very limited SKUs. So we only have few colors, so that we operate very in a lean model, but also maximize profits. So there's no unproductive inventory in our stock. And we are growing over 150% year over year while maintaining healthy EBITDA.
Let me take you into the business side of the brand. We have sold over 75,000 pairs up to now, and we have a customer base of 36,000. And if you look at the quarterly sales, from the beginning of the company, we have had consistent sales. And it was last March 23 to September 23 that we saw double the amount of sales that we normally do, and we ran out of stock, usually faster than normal. And then at the same time that our manufacturer was stuck with internal issues. So to restock, we had to wait 6 months until we had to restock. We restocked our product in April 24 and then we got the sales back again. So if you look at the Q4 and Q1 of 23 and 24, the sales that happened is entirely organic sales. We stopped the marketing and everything. And the Q2 2024 is where we got back on track. So to solve this issue, we had to partner with multiple manufacturers. The challenge that we have is that most of the people here, they are not accustomed to the stitching that we have patented, and so it takes double the time than to manufacture our product than to make the regular underwear. So that's been a challenge for us. But right now we are working with 3 different manufacturers, so this problem of the flow of goods will no longer exist. And so going to the business metrics. The revenue 22-23 we made 75 lakhs, and 23-24 we made 2 crores, and this year we are projected to close at 6 crores. So our expense profile is that cost of goods sold stands at 32%. Our ads and marketing is at 32%. Our shipping is 7 and our EBITDA is at 29%. As for marketing, our ROAS is 3.2. Our cost per acquisition per customer, that's 350 rupees. And our retention rate, that's the return customers who come back and buy us, that stands at 20%. We believe that should improve with launch of new colors and prints because one customer buys more than 2 to 3 products. So when we have only 5 colors, we have a lot of queries to better launch the new collection. So in the coming months, we're launching prints and different colors. So with that, we believe that we can improve the retention rate to 30-35% because the reviews that we get from customers is very healthy. And then this is going forward for the future. I believe we are in the stage 2 right now. Here we are focused more on building the team because right now we have only a lean team of 3 members, including the 2 of us. And
Another person is a big packer shipper.
For packing hands. And then, so at this stage, we want to be launching new products like vests, multiple colors and prints, and then boxes. That's already in mind, which will be launching next week. And also, we've just onboarding into the marketplaces like Amazon and Flipkart. And then it's the stage 3 where we want to have a dominance and penetration on these marketplaces and sell our products to retailers and wholesalers. And finally, it's where we believe that our product has a huge potential in the overseas market. Because and also with patent secure, I believe that we can take a product overseas as well. Thank you.
What's your ASP?
I'm sorry.
Selling price.
It's 540 per pair, but if we have the combo offers where when they buy it for 2, it's 999. For 3 is 1349, and for 5 is 2000. So
And what's the premium compared to any other competitors that you may?
Competitors are like damaged plumber and they're more similar in price to us. But we are a little bit expensive by 50 rupees because we don't give offers. They price it at MRP at 700 or 800 and they offer discounts, but we don't offer discounts. We only offer bundle discounts. Like if they buy more than the MRP itself is such that it's lower than when you buy a single.
We rarely go on sale.
I understand. And the fabric is 100% micromodal.
92% micromodal, 8% elastic.
What we understood as we were studying this market is that if you can price your product cheaper, because even dimensions are considered to be more expensive and premium, compared to let's say what XYXS has done, right? And making a mixed fabric, it still gives the same level of breathability to the person. So the utility is done for, and it becomes much more affordable, and therefore the scale that will be available to you would become larger. That's just a suggestion.
Yeah, no, definitely. We were also looking into it, but that special blend, like this blend is already available in the market, right?
Yeah.
So for that special blend, it will be huge inventory cost upfront, where we have to face a huge MOP's requirement. So that's why, I mean, it's in the plan, but right now with all the money we have, that's what we have.
Yeah, how much did you raise in this 2 crore?
We are completely bootstrapped.
Your bootstrap?
Yes.
Can you help us Can you help us with the NPD on the product designing part because that was something which was fairly unique.
Yes.
So on the newer market, how are you thinking in terms of that?
So we had the first version. It was like a test version that we launched like a couple of years ago, and that was just an idea that we had, and like from there we developed with the customers everywhere that we get the comments from them as to what's working, what's not working, and then also we had to do different testings and then find out what is the best fit, because one fit might not be the best fit for everyone. We have to be more democratic in terms of coming up with a fit. So we used to send samples free samples to customers whenever we develop, and then get their reviews on what has improved or what could be improved, and we have tweaked every bit, and now we are here.
So what the newer launches
So for the new launches, it's mostly tops that we are looking sweat-proof vests. So that's not in the market in India yet, but we are looking into built that. It's like a undershirt, but it comes with a sweat patch here for sweating. That could be worn. Most of the men can relate to it, especially when they are in a meeting or for an interview. They sweat a lot, and that's something that we will be launching. And also with respect to bottom wear, it's going to be shorts and track pants, but with a little bit of more utility factor to it. But it won't be a patent or revolutionary thing. Yes, we have to break our brains for that, but as of now, it's going to be a little bit more utility, moisture retain, dry fit fabrics, things like that. And that's what it's. You can think of it like Lululemon of India. That's where we are going, and that's where we want to be.
Sorry if I missed it, but you're manufacturing in India, right?
Yeah.
Your patent is
Yes.
for India?
Yeah, we just patent got approved in 2 months ago in April.
This is for India, basically.
Yeah.
Do you plan to file in US also? Or?
Yes, definitely. Again, it's about the financial aspect, so we want to conquer India first and then move there. Yeah.
Where are you retailing this currently?
All throughout India, and it's 100%. All the sales are 100% from our own website, and it's by pan.
This is not offline yet.
No. We have a gross profit margin of around 67%.
And see in the post market.
It's a 24% net profit.
Any more questions, panel? Guys, please give it up for the good job, well done. मेरे side में है? Sample लेके जा रहे ना? That's the only question I get, right?
Hi everyone, I'm here today.
Moving to the ultimate pitch. It's of course a brand that I use, my wife uses.
Yeah.
So, all right, some bias already there, like I asked that earlier. Guys, last two pitches, some Josh. I have some good news by the way. I've just been told. I don't know how true it is. But I've just been told at 6 p.m. today, we are having a samosa party. As promised in the morning, of course, our panelists in the morning is kept and promised we are going to have samosa and chai by courtesy of samosa party. Please give it a samosa party. It's okay, we'll give it a hand when we are eating the samosas. They are very, very banana. Guys, please give it up for Sahar Mansoor from Bare Necessities.
Hi everyone, I'm Sahar Mansoor. I went to the University of Cambridge. I studied environmental law and environmental economics. I'm a huge environmental nerd. Worked in the United Nations and WHO amidst the rollout. Needless to say, that was a very, very exciting time to be there. And then it all felt a little too fancy, and I wanted to come back home to do things that actually made a difference. So I moved back home to Bangalore in 2015, and I started to work in a solar energy and access company. So anything from solarizing public health centers to hospitals, I had a pretty exciting job. And my most exciting project was that I got to follow waste pickers all around Bangalore city. So very, very close to the fancy Bangalore International Airport is this community of more than 500 households of waste pickers, or waste warriors, like I like to call them. And I basically got to study them. I got to notice the conditions in which they were segregating all our waste. I got to map out the entire waste ecosystem. I also got to see some amazing D2C brands that were made in India that were celebrating minutes, celebrating Indian ingredients. But I was a little sad and disappointed to see that all of that was actually landing in making these little mountains and mountains of waste. So the idea here is their necessities. I'm going to take you through that. Okay, I just shut this down. Oops. I think it's only going the other way. It only has one arrow, the other one is going. Oh, okay. Awesome. So hi everyone. Bare Necessities is here to make conscious living easy and accessible to everyone. We're here to make zero-waste living the norm and not the exception. So we're India's first B Corp certified business, which is the gold standard when it comes to environmental and social kind of wellness and metrics. So companies like Patagonia, Ben & Jerry's, Body Shop, for example, are all B Corp certified, which means essentially you care about people, planet, and profit all at the same time. So I mentioned a little bit about myself. I'm also a penguin book author of a book that's also called Bare Necessities: How to Lead a Zero Waste Life, which is a really good way to create a soft sell for your brand and optimize for SEO, I learned. We've also got Mehul on our team, who is our CMO. He was at a tech startup in Canada, had a lovely exit from that tech startup, and then came here to help build their necessities. We've got our CFO and COO, who has 40 years of experience across 6 different countries in pharma and textiles, chocolate making companies, and more. And then most recently, we have our CSO, DP, who is a customer first, and then left HP to join Necessities. So here we're trying to reimagine the FMCG industry as we know it. A lack of alternatives, all the products that we're currently using, landing up in our oceans and landfills, and contributing to the largest waste crisis of our lifetime. So what we're giving you is high quality products that celebrate Indian ingredients. That soap in front of you has anatto seeds, which is a red clove that's grown only in India and Morocco, for example. So we're giving you the whole truth. We're building the lush of India. Everything smells delicious. Please feel free to try while you're at it. And all of our products is packaged in a zero waste format. So everything is recyclable, reusable, or fully compostable in nature. So think about your laundry detergent, right? It comes in this very bulky 1 kg odd container. And 90% of that formula is just water. So we're saying, hey, why are we paying to ship water across the country? And for all my fellow D2C brands here, we know how shipping is getting expensive and eating into our margins. So this is a really, really great way of reducing your logistic costs as well. So here it is in 4 easy steps. All you have to do is just add water, and you get hand wash, dishwash, and multi-surface cleaner. So welcome to the powerless, welcome to the power to liquid format, welcome to the refill format. But all of our other products are all concentrates. So they're smart. We've got bars, we've got tablets. They're very, very lightweight. They're easy to ship. There's no spillage, there's no leakage. It's super, super easy and smart. And they're all formulated in-house. Our lead formulator went to the most premier formulation school in Paris and has been with us for about 4 years now. So these are best sellers. We've got a hand wash and refill format, deodorants, shampoo bars, and soap bars, and then lip balms and moisturizer. And all of this accounts for 90% of our revenue. So will this model be successful? Will Indian consumers like it? Let me just take you through a few examples. One is Blue Land. They do these refill formats. They saw the LTV increase by 80%, and they also grew more than 400% last year. And essentially, they do the format just as water. And then on the other hand, we've got Lush, like clocking in 700 million in revenue globally. So these are like shampoo bars and conditioner bars and soap bars that Bare Necessities has. So closer to home, we've got personal care products. We've got Godrej actually who launched the powder to liquid format 1 week from us, which took 2.5 years and added before we actually launched it. But all the others, you can see they're water-based formats. And while some of them do some really good ingredients and there's lots of integrity there in formulation, unfortunately, it all ends up in the oceans and landfills. And on the other hand, in the home care industry sector, you can see there are, again, really smart, really lovely formulations of products. But again, come in these huge, bulky, heavy containers that are, again, plastic. So in terms of the testimonials that we have insane community love. You can check out our social media, etc. But very, very organic customer love that is really, that you can see on our community of more than 100K followers in social media. We get 2 to 4 press mentions a month, internationally as well as locally. And that means being on cover of magazines, being on news channels, to name a few. So our current revenue model is 65 D2C and then 35 B2B. So our current website brings in about 49 or 50% of the revenue, and marketplaces account for 16% of our revenue. On the B2B side, we've got retail, like all of our natives, organic world, and then we've got our corporate programs that bring in about 20% bulk gifting through the Diwali gifting and whatnot. And then we've got 8% of some of our educational initiatives. So these are some of our B2B partners, the past and also the current. We've got Netflix, we've got Royal Enfield that has a reckoning order for all of their tours, which is zero waste, Spoke, lip balm, a tumbler that's completely collapsible, among others, Burma, Pinterest, and our recurring client is IKEA, which is a partnership across locations every month. So this year, last financial year, we did 2 CR in revenue. We're looking to do 4, 8, 25, 75, and 150 CR, which means we're going to get lots of partnerships, international orders. We get emails from Sweden, Germany, all the time, and we're trying to see how we can best service those international orders, hotel partnerships, increasing our LTV, and of course, lots of new innovative products. So we've also put some milestones across what we're looking to do, which is launching new products, bulk partnerships, a lot of white labeling interest coming in, so seeing how we can best service that. We're going to a couple of trade shows and export shows. We did some in Dubai that were really, really successful. So rapid kind of taking all of those relationships forward. We're currently raising 6 to 8 CR. We've got 1.5 CR already committed from angels. 60% will go towards product development and scaling and expansion. For example, we are now on Amazon Prime. We've got qualified for to be fulfilled by Amazon. So now it means we need to do a GST registration in multiple states and have inventory there. So that's again working capital that we use in that regard. And then 30% will go towards sales and marketing, and then 10% will go towards some of the international certifications to best service those export orders and HR, etc. Since we got BCOP, we've seen a surge in the international orders as well. So this is our go-to-market strategy, which is essentially what I just said, but we also don't have any production capacity limitations. We partnered with Bangalore-based partners, which allows us to do QC all the time. So we're always on the production floor, our formulators on the production floor, and marketing, for example. And essentially, we used to make products for Himalaya. They lost the contract, we came in perfectly. So there is no production capacity limitations there. We also identified other partners in Bangalore. We also strategically did this to keep logistics costs low. And essentially, we are looking at, on the 4th year, being at an ARR of 75. So this is an amazing board of advisors and investors. We've got Prashant Prakash of Axel, who is on our board, who has been a consumer, seen the product evolve for the past few years, and has been our seed investor and reinvested in our bridge. It was also, we had Social Alpha, who was part of the first kind of seed round. We've got serial entrepreneurs from California, and we've got Pete as well, who is an expert in manufacturing, who also was an investor in Dr. Shades. So we have 3 ISOs, of course GMP, India's first BCOP certified, PETA certified, and we get a lot of press. We're excited about creating dignified forms of employment opportunities. So our production team, packaging team is 100% women-run. We're excited that a lot of them are the first time to receive a bank account, have access to health insurance, among other things. So we create an annual impact report. We've helped divert about 40 million single units of plastic in the oceans and landfills. We have educated about 2 million people through our talks, workshops, and educational initiatives, which is a clever marketing leverage. It helps reduce our customer acquisition costs. It also is an activity that we get paid from corporate, so it's very clever. We also have a plot of land or a bare land that basically creates, whenever we ship our products, we also offset our carbon footprint. And some of the trees are actually now 5 feet tall as well, and this is managed by Bangalore. This toothbrush is also, and this one in your box, please, all of you should take one. We were the first to sell bamboo toothbrushes in India, and we've kind of gone a step further to color code them. For example, you can say the green one is your sister's and you're a 5-year-old, and the blue one is your brother's, for example. And we've gone another step further to have these icons on it. So you can see a little globe on it, and you can, if you are visually impaired, you still enter your room. There are probably 4 different toothbrushes, and you know which one is yours. Thank you. Super excited about answering all my questions, Sean.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's lovely to see the mission that you're driving towards. I have 2 questions. One, and we've all looked at a bunch of companies that are in the home care or personal care space. While being zero plastic and bunch of the goodness that you have in various cities is important, but ultimately it comes down to efficacy. So we'd love to learn how you are stacking up in efficacy against some of your competitors. And the second question I have is that this bar of shampoo is retailing at $4.99, which is slightly costlier than some of the bottles of shampoos that we get. So how many washes does this last? What's the longevity of the product?
Okay. Yeah, cool. So I'm very happy to share we have a repeat rate of 50%, and we would not have such a healthy repeat rate if our products weren't great. And I do believe that product is king. So definitely in terms of efficacy, they stack up extremely well. Our shampoo bars, for example, you see a Forest Essential shampoo and it lasts for, it's about 2,500 for the price range. Ours is about $4.99. Our washes, you get 60 to 70 washes based on the length of your hair. So which is awesome, and it's way cheaper than the Forest Essential Karma alternative. Admittedly, it's not as cheap as a Procter & Gamble or Unilever alternative, but pretty much in the middle. The idea is that these are necessities, right? The minute you wake up to the minute you sleep, what do you use? You use a shampoo bar, you wash your hair, you brush your teeth. I didn't show the product pipeline, but we have some tablets coming in for dental care as well. So everything kind of has it's not cosmetics or makeup. It's something that everyone will need the minute they wake up and the minute they sleep. We have a huge mass market appeal as well. So that's currently where we're positioned, and definitely part of this thing, we do a lot of efficacy tests, we do third-party tests. You can also look at the reviews to see a lot of organic kind of love of what consumers actually think of the products as well.
So which one is your star product?
So our hand wash is working exceptionally well, and I will just pull that up of our top by so you have a visual representation to what I'm also sharing. Yeah. So another thing is deodorants. There's a huge white space for natural deodorants, right? They all have aluminum, or they have baking soda, which is kind of the default for a sustainable one, which is extremely invasive actually. So ours are baking soda free, extremely effective. It's killing it on Amazon right now. So these are kind of our star favorites. Our shampoo bars, conditioner bars, and soap are kind of made on the third category. So these are kind of unnecessities, as you can see. The hand wash, deodorant, how do you shower, how do you wash your hair, and then a lip balm.
And who's your TG today?
Yeah. So I would say definitely Taiwan cities. Our best performing cities are Bangalore, Bombay, Delhi, Hyderabad, and Chennai in that order. At the moment, our average order value is about 1,000 rupees. On Amazon, it's lower. We do about 800 to 1,000 orders per month on our website, and we're doing about 200 to 300 orders on our basis.
And who would be the closest competition? So Body Shop and all will be.
Yeah. So in terms of shampoo bars and conditioner bars, there was Switch Fix. I think they recently closed down, unfortunately. But there are others in this space in terms of few that are trying to do refills, which are quite new, but they can come in plastic, and also the formula isn't great. It's more on the synthetic side. So there are a few in the ecosystem, and I kind of tried to put on, Earth Rhythm is another. They got acquired by Nykaa, which also has shampoo bars and conditioner bars as well. And then we've got McAfee and Arcade, also a D2C.
Thanks, Sarah. Very lovely dish and very lovely products as well.
Thank you.
The fragrance is amazing of the soap bars. I had one question. What is really your consumer insight for which you launched the products? Because this has been a thesis for us also for a very long time. And two things that came out after our very long research. The awareness of better for planet is still very niche in India.
Yeah.
I mean, the awareness for better for me still has grown far beyond. So therefore, with this dual mission of natural product, which is also sustainable for the planet, how is that gelling well with your TG and consumer?
So I'm the founder and have a natural bias of sustainability, and that's why I studied in my entire life.
Right.
And that's why I kind of shared more of that pitch from my perspective. But if you look at our communication online, it's all about this is a really good product. It makes sense. It's solid. It's leak-proof. It's good travel. So that's largely our positioning online. And we have a really thriving community. We have like 100K followers. We have lots of organic kind of user-generated content as well. So I think product is king, and that is undisputable. And I think the good for you is really important. So we did a pop-up every month for the first few years as we were building. We launched one new product each pop-up. And we noticed that there was a cohort of customers that kept coming back to us and saying, this didn't work, this didn't work. And at that time, they were largely women and they were largely young girls because they were so educated and knowledgeable, they were actually reading ingredients, right? And at that time, our customers were about 90% women and 10% men. And right now, as we stand, it's 60% women and 40% men. So it's really interesting that it's grown beyond that, niche kind of, it's good for the environment, but actually it is a mass product, mass field. We all have to brush our teeth every day. So,
and that's what leads me to my next question, which is that there are two categories that you're playing in. One is home care, wherein your hand wash, soap, etc. will come. And there is a personal care part, right? Where toothbrush, deodorant, shampoo, lip balm, moisturizers will come in. Now again, the mindset with which these two are being purchased are very different. One category is what we have realized is highly price sensitive, and none of the larger brands would have been able to penetrate into both of these together. Because personal care has been very different and the way it's advertised, marketed is very different compared to a lot of home care products. So just wanted to understand your thoughts around that.
For sure, great question. Thanks so much for asking. So as you can see, 90% of our revenue comes from personal care. So the refill formats, we only have two SKUs, which is a hand wash, which kind of doubles down like the same kind of dispenser by your sink. But to be honest, the hand wash and the dishwash and surface cleaner are products that I wanted to just prove the concept of a refill. So actually what we have in the pipeline right now is a shampoo that is powder liquid and a shower gel that is powder liquid. And I'm quite happy to actually be quite ruthless in narrowing down the SKUs and say bye to the home care. But it was for the proof of concept to see people's willingness to pay. It was a bit of an experimentation for our Indian consumers there to just add.
Just to add to that, I agree with her. Usually, as a consumer, I don't know if I want to buy personal care from a brand which makes.
Yeah.
Can you throw some light on your pipeline? What kind of products you're looking at?
Yeah, for sure. So we have dental care, which is all tabletized, and then in a kids and an adult formula. That's very exciting. We have a powder to liquid shower gel and shampoo. We have deodorants that are roll-on. We have these, which is a proof of concept and extremely well. So now we're doing the roll-on. And then we have a roll-on sunscreen as well, which works really well for kids, which are studying now for the US market extensively. And that roll-on deodorant format is doing extremely well for kids. So that's what the pilot will be looking at. I actually missed to mention our monthly running right now. We're about 20 lakhs per month. Sorry. Yeah, 60% is our gross margin on that. Yeah, so basically on a CM level 1, we're profitable. On a CM level 2, we're still invested. We're quite lean in terms of marketing. We spend about 2 lakhs per month on marketing.
So, see, the product looks pretty good. What is the constraint right now? What has to happen better? Is it the pricing? Because of GTM?
Yeah.
Where do you think?
Yeah, for sure. So I think right now I need a user capital for working capital, right? And that's why I'm raising 6 to 8 CR. It could be a combination of debt and equity. For example, since we started to do so well on Amazon, and we didn't have like an Amazon manager, I think now all of that's coming because we're seeing that it's actually working. So right now I need to do a GST registration in multiple states, and I need to put inventory all in those multiple states. These are 3-5 locations to start off with, which has working capital constraints, right? I have inventory sitting right there. Next thing is retail. For example, at Organic World, my average kilo is about 90,000 to a lakh. We have 10 different Organic World. Similarly, there are a couple of other chains like that we're working with because we think that it's kind of a combination of online and offline. As cost of customer acquisition, etc. is increasing. We feel like you need to have a touch and feel of products. If you smell it, if you see it, and then you can do a kind of a repeat order online. So we're trying to also kind of, and since we have all of those requests coming in, we want to also have some amount of capital to put some inventory over there. So I think that's that. Product proof of concept done, production capacity sorted, second manufacturer also sorted. So now just about kind of putting inventory there. Lash of India, guys, let's do it.
Thanks so much.
हाँ ठीक है
My wife will be happy today. Coming to the final pitch, right? And then we have time for fun, right? I hope all of you are excited. No?
Yes.
One side. वो तो खाएगा उसको 2 समोसे मिल रहे हैं. Can we have next door on stage, Abhimanyu? Give it to Abhimanyu guys, next door. The important person is helping get more business. Isn't that right?
Yeah. So, good evening, everyone. And probably 30 minutes now. So I am Abhimanyu.
Abhimanyu 15 है.
Average 30. So I am Abhimanyu, founder at Next Door Retail. So a brief background about me first, and then I will get on to what we do at Next Door Retail. So I'm basically from Bihar. I did my MBA from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. Then worked on for companies like Wipro Consumer Care, ITC Limited, in offline retail, trade marketing, distribution, different geographies across multiple products. Okay. So at retail, so we are trying. So we want to take emerging brands. So in last 3-4 years, multiple D2C brands have emerged, and most of them have scaled to an extent. Right. So there are a lot of brands which are into say between 1 crore to 5 crore per month MRR run rate. For them, the next obvious channel becomes offline. Right? Because with all the talk about D2C, your own website, marketplaces, right? These channels hit a ceiling after a point of time. Your cost keep on increasing, and also the competition as well, because the barrier to entry is pretty low on these channels. So any brand who want to scale to say 10 crore or 20 crore MRR, offline becomes the go-to channel for them. But then what are the challenges? Yeah, I will speak from it. So our mission is to be the default platform for brands to reach 1 billion consumers that shop on offline kirana stores. And our vision is to democratize FMCG distribution in India, which as of now has been monopolized by legacy brands. Right? Just a quick brief why kirana is important for brand. I mean, this is pretty obvious, but 3 major things will be untapped market potential. There are 1 crore outlet contributing to almost 85 to 90% of FMCG sales. Cost effective at scale. So GT is normally 50% cheaper, and these are like real numbers which I have seen for companies that I work with. At scale, GT is 50% cheaper than e-commerce. And third is less leverage business. Since your business is distributed amongst lakhs of outlets, so your business is pretty much safe from being dependent on one or two marketplaces. So in short, kirana provide brands an opportunity to build a very deleveraged, high margin business with highest prospect of growth, just by the sheer size. Okay, but then what are the challenges? So obvious challenges. First is you have to set up your distribution infra, sales and operational team. Now these things are very time consuming and also high fixed cost. Which is the second thing, which is high fixed operational cost and longer GTM time. Initial setup cost is 100 and 450% of your total sales. So there is a market where you're doing 1 lakh of sales, but your setup cost itself is 2.5 lakh rupees per month. And also, like once you have done 1 and 2, product placement inside a crowded kirana store, and driving in store promotion to drive the offtake, because unless you drive the offtake, your pipeline is not set. So NDR provides a full stack tech-enabled sales as service platform that gives access of kirana universe to our partner brand. Right. Sorry. Okay, so anyways, because this is a critical slide. So what are the levels of offline distribution? One is your sales and operational team. Second is your distribution infra. Once you have cracked these two, then you have to go and place your product inside the store. And even if you have placed the product inside, unless the offtake happens from the shelf, only then the pipeline is built. Otherwise, it will be a sunk cost for you. So what is our USP? We provide a plug and play model. So in area of operations where we are live as of now, we can take brands live within 30 to 45 days. Normal GTM will be somewhere around 90 days. It will take 3 to 6 months to set up the infra, set up the team, and also the cost, we do that at 50-60% lesser cost. Second is 360-degree solution, from distribution infra to order booking to order delivery as well as payment. Everything is managed by us. So brand does not need to spend a lot of time on this. Nextdoor becomes the partner who handles all of this on behalf of a brand, and brand can focus on more core areas, which is the marketing, the product, and so on and so forth. Placement and promotion. So we enable inside store sales through our shop-in-shop model, which I will take you guys through the next slide as well. And then consistent service. So by consistent service, I mean we do visit outlets at a periodical level. So there is a assurance to the outlet that okay, these guys are there for me. Obviously, store level sales data analytics will be there because we do have a repetitive billing from these outlets, and food portfolio basket push. Now this is also very critical. Is like most of the time you will see that the current players, they will push one or two hero SKUs, they will leave out the tail, which is not moving that much. But we do our focus is on placing entire product range on the part of partner. So due to distributed cost model, partner brands save 50 to 60% of their distribution cost. Now distributed cost model is because we work with a bouquet of brands. So currently we have 5 brands. So our costs are distributed across brands. That makes fixed cost lower for each of the brands. Right. So this is our shop inside shop play. Now what is the problem statement? It is emerging brand face heavy competition for shelf space inside Kirana store. Because incumbents in FMCG are very strong. HUL, ITC, PNGs, they spend thousands of bucks at each of the top outlets. So getting a new brand inside the store itself is the largest challenge. What does NDR do? We leverage our local connect through our channel partners, through our team, with the retailer to get those dedicated hotspot assets at top retail outlets. Now these assets, so we have currently 100 assets live. They give us 5x average order value at an additional spend of 2-3%. This is real number of Q4. Currently deployed at 100 outlets, we have generated 13 lakhs in Q4 from 4 brands. Our plan is to scale it to 1,000 outlets in next 12 months, and these 1,000 outlets itself will contribute to 18 crore of revenue. Now I have added 2 pictures. I just want to show. So if you can see, there are products of Haldiram, and then on the top shelf, that is our partner brand. So we are placing, say, a flavored foxnut brand right next to a bhujia product category. So a consumer who's going to buy a bhujia snacks or something, he does have an option of having a healthier consumption right at the point of sale. Now this makes a lot of difference. You are capturing a high propensity consumer at point of sale. So this is how we started. These are all real outlets with us. So we upgraded it in Q1. So first quarter was just taking the space, placing at the relevant category. Then we thought, okay, let's take hotspot and we brand it at Nextdoor corner. Okay, and there we want brands who want to explore, and these are all top outlets. So we covered approximately 10,000 outlets currently, in which 3,000 outlets give us monthly orders. In that top 200 outlets is what we are focusing on. So these are creme de la creme of that particular market. And we take dedicated assets inside those shops. Right? We list it on our platform. So last quarter we did it for our in-house brand. In Q3, by end of Q2 itself, we will open it for brands who just want to explore each set of outlets. So brand can simply visit the website. They can pick and choose the outlets or cities or pin code they want to focus upon, and they can start as low as 50 outlets. So you can pick and choose 50 outlets. You can place your bid for those shelves. We open a window for 7 days. Highest bidder will get the shelf. Once your bidding is accepted, post that the entire on-ground operation is handled by us. Right from placing the product inside the store, having a tracking mechanism, having a maintenance mechanism. So our promoter will visit those stores periodically. So not only we don't stop only at placing the product on the shelf. The thing is that you have to build a pipeline where it actually consumer comes and picks the product from there. So once that happens, your pipeline is, and once a product starts selling from the outlet, you gain respect from the retailer as well. So उसको पता है कि ये stock बिक रहा है, तो resistance goes down drastically from the retailer end. So yeah, this is the next slide where like I just wanted to show. I don't know whether it is visible clearly or not. So you can place the bid for number of shelves, number of month, and what is your bid. Once that is done, we select it and then we make your product line. So this is the shop inside shop model only we have forecasted. So currently Q4 we were at 80, we scale it to 100. In next 2 years we will scale it to 10,000 outlets. And a bit background about myself. I in ITC I was managing 1 lakh outlets for the company with a similar model. So ITC has 1 lakh outlet under the top outlet program where they own asset or they rent assets, you know, and they drive like good amount of business from them. So retail those top 40-50 retail outlet will be contributing somewhere around 30 to 40% of the overall retail business. So they are huge. Even at a scale of 80 outlets, this is a gross margin positive business for us. So you can see average rental paid by NDR is 750 rupees per outlet, and per brand payout was 250 rupees. We partnered with 4 brands, so we got 1,000 rupees in rental at a very small scale, very but this is one part. So we pay rent to the outlet and we take rent from the brand. That is one part of our revenue flow. The second part is all the transaction that happens, all the sales, all the business that happens. There is a certain margin sharing between Nextdoor and brand. So that is in Q4 the real number is around 10%. So these two components add to a healthy gross margin of 66%. It will definitely go down as we focus on high spend outlets, but even at a 10,000 outlet level, it will be at 40-45% gross margin. If I have to. So this is where we are right now. 4 states. We are present in 4 states, 50 plus districts, 50 plus channel partners, 10,000 FMCG outlet reach. In Q4 24, we reached ARR of $2 million, and we are currently working with 6 brands. So these are few portfolio brand of ours. So we are in 3 categories. One is dry food space. The second is healthier snacks where flavored fox nut and instant popcorn, those type of products fit. And the third is healthy alternatives to the mainstream. So Kolu is one brand that we have added, which is basically a sugar alternative, like industrial sugar alternative. So currently we have these 3 portfolio open. Obviously, as we grow, we want to venture into personal care and beauty category space as well. There will be a separate team that will be managing that. Right. So our gross margin in last year was 34% blended. We did achieve a run rate of 50 crore at ARR. Our overall burn last year was around 2.5%. So we reached a GMV of around 15 crore gross, and for that we burned 30 lakhs. And that was to open new towns. So whenever you open a new node, that node is negative for 3 to 6 months. After 6 months, it turns positive. So currently, if I have 50 nodes right now, which is basically 50 channel partners, 35 to 40 partners are positive. They are earning money from us. 10, 15 partners which are newer into the ecosystem, they burn. So there we experience burn, and as the business matures, they turn positive. So this is one inverted waterfall chart for January 24 sales. So our GMV was 2.2 crore. In that we reduced retailer and fixed retailer and distributor margin. So our net revenue becomes 1.64 crore. I have memorized it. I'm not able to see the number, but yeah, 1.64 crore. And our cost was 1 crore in that. So we earned a GMV of 64 lakh. We earned a gross margin of 64 lakh there. The major spend was on this asset acquisition and gaining prominent shelf at top outlets. So our top outlets will be someone who is doing 1 lakh plus business. So there we need to spend more because those are the outlets that I want. Right. So we want to scale to 50 million ARR in next 24 months. It is totally feasible. We are currently like in 4 states. In that 2 states, we have penetrated really well, which is Punjab and Haryana. But our plan is in next 12 months, we will scale it to 6 states. And states, we will add states like Gujarat, Maharashtra into our network. Right? So that will give us the scale. So if out of $50 million, a bulk churn will be simply by adding new states. Another contribution will be from newer brands. So earlier plan was to add minimum 10 brands in last FY, but we scaled so much. In last 9 months, we have grown by 4x. So we closed FY22 at 2.5 crore. We closed FY23 at 13 crore. So we have grown almost by 4x, more than 4x. Right? So that's why we have partnered with 5-6, because at the end of it is a bandwidth issue. So the sales operational team, if you see average people per manpower for companies like ITC, HUL, they are at 2.5, 3 lakh rupees. And for us, that is at 12 lakh rupees. So obviously there is a bandwidth issue. For us, one of the key metric is outlet coverage. So currently we are at 10,000, we will increase it to 50,000 in next 24. So this is the team. I am CEO at Next Retail, and Suraj is our CEO. So there are some allied opportunities also. So once you have enough coverage, so you can definitely go for hyperlocal commerce for your partner brand. The scope there is that in one pin code we will have 15 to 20 assets, which we have shown shop inside shop. So if any outlet, any brand just want to fulfill the order in that particular pin code, we will be able to service it faster. Financial offering, since we deal with like every retailer does on an average 2 to 3 bill cut with us. So we do have a good credit profile history of those retailers. So as we grow, as we have increased number of brands, we can partner with them at a more granular level where we can give them financial assistance also for the brands that they do. And data analytics. Yeah, so that's all.
Please give us next show, guys.
I will just wrap it up with one thing. I think Vinay's session today, offline was the theme. We had a pretty 5-10 minutes discussion, and he gave one example of sweet currant coffee. Where he told that we got an actual guy, and they devised a plan to place sweet currant coffee at 200 top outlets of Chennai, and it had worked wonders for them. We are doing precisely that at a much bigger scale and at a much consistent scale.
Yeah, some side, right? मैडम देख लो आप पॉइंट कर रहा हो
No, that was a validation.
देख लो सर जरा ध्यान से करना focus
That was a validation from me. So sometimes as a founder you see these external validation, and that was the thing. Awesome. Thank you for that.
Actually, I had a perspective to share, and I saw it with a lot of D2C enabler companies. What tends to happen when a brand is small, they hire a lot of external agencies to, outsource some of the very core and critical work because of the lack of bandwidth. But as the brand scales, sales and marketing, especially in offline retail, being so core to them, they tend to take it in-house. So what tends to happen, the brands that you'll work with, the ones who will scale, will get out of your platform, build the capability in-house, or the ones who are not able to scale will die down. So you will sort of become the platform for the long tail, जहाँ पे money बनाना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है. So I just wanted to understand your perspective because you come from ITC. You must have worked with some such brands, or what are our point of view here?
Sure. So I have a slightly contrarian point of view here. If you will see how P&G operates in India, right? So they have outsourced entire sales distribution to, other, like they have a jumbo distributor in each state. Similarly, if you will see a brand like Coca-Cola also, they have outsourced it to Varun Beverages. So it at the end of the day, it depends what value you are bringing to the table. So what value Nextdoor is bringing is 10,000 outlets. So if a brand tomorrow decides that okay, we will go solo in Punjab, right? The GTM for them will still be same. They need to go find distributor, they need to go find the team, right? And the loss, the losing side will be more, because if they break out from our platform, they instantly they go offline from 10,000 outlets. So what will happen is the synergy as they grow, as more and as they focus more and more on sales and offline sales and distribution, they will partner even more closely with us. They can even give us the nudge that okay, we want to go live in Gujarat in next 6 months. Please make it happen, right? So it will, like, my view is that all those brands who scale up faster will have even deeper relationship with us. Obviously, it will be a it need to be a relation which is beneficial for both. Like if I as an enabler become, say, I have some term that is not favorable for them, then they will start looking out, But if they see that the value that I'm bringing to the table is justified, they will not move out. And that's where offline distribution is very sticky, because you are not building a virtual platform. You are really building an infra that is there on the ground. Anyone who is trying to replicate that infra will be very, like, on their own. It will be, they can do it. They can do it. Obviously, they will have that financial muscle, but they will prefer that someone else do it, and we focus on the core, which is brand, trade marketing,
Actually, even when P&G or HUL or everyone else, the way they do it, the distribution, which is taking the stock, putting it somewhere, and then putting it, replenishing it in the supermarket is what is being done. Whereas the merchandising, promotion, visibility, because for a small brand, what also really matters is whether the product you're placing at what price point, at what location, is it GTA, BC, where does your product even fit? All of this is core for a brand, and therefore, it's just my belief that they would want to eventually make it in-house, and then even when they scale, you will become a distributor. And a distributor margin is 8 to 12%. And therefore, how would your economics work out in that scenario?
Right. So great question, ma'am. So the thing here is that this was precisely the reason that we don't want to be a distributor. That's why we are not chasing bigger brands. So we can easily partner with a brand like Unique, because in Punjab and Haryana we are now serving sub 1 lakh population now. But it is a conscious decision not to partner with those brands because we don't want to be a distributor for them. Now coming to the strategy bit, that each brand will want to focus their spend on a certain category of outlets. That is absolutely valid. So for example, our shop inside shop model, right? So we are focusing on category A outlet. Now how we are defining that is because currently our portfolio average bill cut is more than 2,000 rupees, right? So by default, data filters out the top outlet where people who are purchasing like per product spend is somewhere around 300, 400 rupees. So these are the data. Even so suppose a brand goes solo, their strike rate of identifying the right set of outlets, right set of promo, right, will be difficult for them to actually pinpoint and execute. It will be better if they are partnering with us, because we don't have data just for their category. We have an overall purchase profile of that particular. Yeah. So, but definitely, like as money flows into the system, someone might feel in a solo garna. So that might happen.
What is your exact model? Is it smaller than having on SOR?
No, so this is how it happens. Brand builds it to us, so they deliver it to NDR warehouse. From there, we bill it to the distributor. So suppose a brand comes in, right? So we will identify say 4-5 top town to do a pilot for next 3 months, right? Target will be to place your product in 200 outlets, right? Something of that. So they will bill their product to us. We will bill it to the distributors in those 4-5 geographies. Distributors, obviously there's a TOT in which credit card and everything is defined. So we get a TOT of 21 days from the brand. We extend 14 days to the distributor. From the brand perspective, it is back by next year. So if we have a TOT with you which says 21 days, you will get your money in 21 days. This is just one of the features around. From distributor and how it is helping that if any return or any market issue comes up, next door is their interface. They don't need to go and catch individual brands EH4 or EH4. We deal with every sort of issue that comes out in the market. So we create a trust on the brand side also, and we create a trust on the distributor side also. And that
for the second thing is for the tertiary conflict and does it mean that there will be a SOR that's a brand?
Yeah. So in TOT there is, and I can quote one example. So one of the brands that we partner with is Chitle Bandhu. It's a big brand of Maharashtra, and they partner with us to explore northern market for them. And so we did good initially. We did 5 lakh rupees. We scaled it to 5 lakh rupees per month. But later on, and their shelf life was only 3 months. So after 3 months, 40% return came back. They took it all, and they also tweaked their product post that. So from 3 months, they increased their shelf life to 6 months.
I have a continuation to that. So the returns, they are whose liability, your liability or the brand's liability?
Brands.
You take no inventory risk.
Expiry is totally on the brands.
And then help me understand the retailer economics or the arrangement better. Why is a retailer giving you the shelf space? You know, I mean, let's say there are good brands that are selling, and you are, let's say commanding a spot. Is there an arrangement with the retailer to just to take up this shelf space, or is it on a promise that he will do it? That's one part of the question. The other part is, are you enabling the sales, through promotions? Are you running the cost of those promotions, or is it again passed on to the brands? This is a one question.
Yeah. So first bit is why retailer is renting out their hotspot to us. So the answer to that is of late there have been changing retailer behavior as well. So if you will see 6-7 years before Q-com, e-com, modern trade one, they were very rigid in their approach. उनको लगा यार हम ही हैं. Now what has happened? So I was in Chandigarh just a couple of weeks back, and Chandigarh is a starved space, a space starved space. So you will have small retail choco blocks up. So we had almost 15 outlets back then there. So I visited those 15 outlets. What change I noticed is that they want to increase their revenue per square feet. Okay, so they have say typical store will be somewhere around 100 square feet, 150 square feet. So they are okay to give you 5 square feet. Okay. Now, obviously, what has happened before that is very critical. That I do have an existing relationship with that retailer through our portfolio brand. So that retailer is already doing a business of 10,000, 15,000 rupees from us. So there is a trust established. If a new guy goes and negotiates for same space, most likely he won't get it. Or even if he does, the execution will be very poor. Compliance बहुत poor right now. For us, what has happened that we have gained a foothold on the shelves through our product portfolio, so it becomes easier for us. That is what all these legacy companies also do. ITC has made 25 brands from scratch.
But when you say your product portfolio, you mean the 6?
Yeah.
So you started with one, and then that worked well, and then that's where you gave you the additional.
Yes.
But margin-wise, obviously these brands are commanding higher margin than your HUL products or the other products.
Yes.
So that margin is somewhat passed on to the retailers.
I will just take unit economics. So one of our blockbuster product is 250 gram makhana of organic support, right? So it is priced at 349 currently. Organic support bill it to us at 200 rupees, right? We bill it to retailer, we bill it to distributor at 260 rupees. Okay, so there's a margin of around 30% there. Now what happens? So the normal price is 270 rupees. So that is for any retailer who is buying 4 pieces or so on and so forth. But for outlets where we do have our own space, right, and where the throughput is higher, okay, so out of that 60 rupees, we spend a bit because we need to generate more business. It does not make sense to do a 5,000 business at an outlet where the potential is 50,000. So you gradually increase your, you capture the shelf and capture that particular category, and that has worked well for us so far. So currently these are mostly A-class outlets. Okay, and the average business from A-class outlet will be somewhere around 10,000. Okay, largely because we the bulk of our revenue comes from dry fruit brands, where the average bill value itself is high. Okay, but those A-class outlet will be A-class outlet for most of the food category brands.
How big is your team?
So we have currently 15 folks working with us full time. Okay, most of them are in sales. In Punjab and Haryana, we have 8 folks working with us. We currently opened West Bengal where we had 4 folks working with us. So we have 15 folks full time working with us. And just to add one more thing there is that we do have distributor manpower also, where we subsidize them, we incentivize it. So they are type of indirect manpower for us. They contribute somewhere around 30-40% of the total sales that we do.
And typically, in a steady state, what do you think that next India will contribute to the brand's sale as percentage? Will it be 30, 40,
So, best case scenario so far for us is 35% of the total sales. We have made one brand, like the organic sattva right now is 1 crore on our platform, just on our platform, 1 crore MRR. So that is a 12 crore brand on our platform itself, which is roughly 35% of their contribution. Olu we onboarded 3 months back. Now that is doing 30% of their Amazon, business. So that comes with GT. So GT is very simple in that way. Like you don't have to do a lot of science, and I say that with all the humility, right? That you don't have to. You just have to focus on. You have to keep an eye on categories that will work. So all the D2C brand cannot go and explore offline. You obviously need to have a category play. If the category is bigger and your story fits, even if it is at a 20, 30, 40% premium, you will find your foothold there. If the premium is so high that consumer, barrier to acquire consumer becomes higher, then you will find a problem in setting up your brand.
And in the store, is there a NDR branding?
Yeah, so I will just go back. Yeah. So you are seeing these images, right? So that the shelf strip is out. As we grow bigger, we will have better spaces. So like one of the goal is to capture minimum 20% of the space inside the store and enable these challenger brand to explore that 20%. And then the retailer is concerned with revenue per square feet. As long as you are giving that, they are pretty much open to give you that space.
And currently you are in 10,000.
Yeah, so our total coverage is 10,000. We build 3,000 outlets on a monthly level, right? And this currently we are in 100 outlets. We are planning to scale it to 200 by Q.
And one basic question is revenue is what is GMV?
That is the GMV.
That's the GMV. So your gross margins are 34%.
34%.
Any more questions, panel? Please give it for next show, guys. कितने ब्रांड से काम में आए हैं देख लेना थोड़े दिन ठीक है चंडीगढ़ में तो बिक जाएगा प्रोडक्ट मैं तो बोल दिया that brings us to the last end of this event this segment we will have a 15-minute tea break while the panelists deliberate and come to a decision. I hope your life is hell right now for the next 15 minutes, right? But outstanding pitches. I think we had some outstanding pitches. I have attended some 10 pitchathons till now. In my opinion, it's a very personal opinion, right? Despite being from Delhi, this pitchathon was the best. So please give it a big hand to all the pitchers. We'll send some fees for you here. Right? Ensure that they get tea and samosa here for the judges. Right. Guys, let's proceed our 15-minute break and be back for the next session and then done.
After that, look the picture.
I would say that one. And no hard feelings, whatever they don't have it. Pata bhi kabhi present karna padta. Don't remember this. But why don't you guys step out for a company? Please settle in. I'll give you 10 more seconds. Otherwise, I'll start calling your name or the clothes that you're wearing. Yoga mat folks, yoga mat folks. That's what I'm going to start doing. I've been here since morning with you. Strategy box, nice t-shirt, please sit. Don't be scared. I just take names, nothing else. Wow. That was great. हम लोग का लेफ्ट बायस थोड़ा ज्यादा है all right. I would request the gentleman in the suit speaking to the swimmer attending to please have a seat. That's what it is, right? You're not the swimmer, right? Yes. Anyone looking to swim here, please buy from us. Right. Okay, we have our evening guest in the house right now. We're going to start with the panel discussion and the fireside very quickly. So, point is, let's get started so we can hit the drinks also quickly. सब लोग थके होंगे, right? सुबह से आए हैं, free दारू के लिए, right? Is that? Like I said, I think most of you guys were not here. This is, I think, the 10th pitchathon in the series, right? 10th, 11th. Like I said, in my personal opinion, this was the best pitchathon ever. Please give it up for all the big pitchathons. Right? I request all six of them to just come here quickly. Can I have Kavin from Mexico? Kavin, Nayan, Shivraj, Pradeep, Balaji, Sahar, and Abhimanyu. Can I have you on stage once more? Come on, quickly, together. और जो भी कीजिएगा आधा पैसा मिलेगा. Guys, once more for this lovely band. I think there all of them had already any. अरे हमारा वो कहाँ है? अरे भाई पेट शेफ खाने के तुम. I think he's whispering in some dog there. Come. आ जाओ. माल दिख गया ना? Please. So guys, once more, please, now that we are all in here, I sincere request, support this cause. Be a customer, be a supporter, be a distributor, whatever you can. Please help these guys with young Indian startup journey, and I think all the support counts. Thank you guys, lovely. Let me have you. I'm going to invite a few folks on the stage for giving away the second prize. First, can I have Jocelyn Antara? But Jocelyn is not around. She had to go. Antara, Saptarishi, Ankita, if you can come on stage, right? We're going to announce the second prize winner, and the rest of the badge, of course, and then we're going to have a picture of us. Right? Please be on the stage. I just saw the result, and as expected, they did go through hell. Come to the next match. But it was extremely close. The 6 batches, but the difference between the 6th and the 1st was only 4 points. So the decimals you guys gave, it did make a difference. Right? It did make a difference. So they rated 4.25, 4.5, 15 points like that. So it was that close, right? So any guesses? Second prize, second prize. Any guesses? कुछ भी कह सकते हो, नाम कुछ के ब्रांड के पता ही होंगे।
अभी बुला लो ना जूरी में
उनको अगले प्राइज में बुलाना, आप कैसे करते हैं?
एक ही साथ कर देंगे।
आओ मैम, आप आपको कौन पब्लिक ब्रांड?
It will be one odd out.
Please give it for Amrita. आप भी आइए, अरे आज हो गया। Please give it for Mr. Mehta. Second prize, guys. Second prize. Any guesses?
Enrico.
Hey, one guess.
Red chef.
Red chef. First guess. But I think the guy is going to change the way you wear your eyewear. आप लोगों को देना है। आपका पार्टी आज तो ढोकला पार्टी बनती है। कुछ कमेंट्स कैसा लगा स्पोर्ट्स? कितने बोल रहा था?
So I think it's part of my journey with D2C inside only, like, so I think it feels good to get this as a validation and support. Thank you to everyone, and thank you to the jury, and thank you to Abhishek and team. It's really good effort. It's a good motivation.
Coming to the winner, and to be very honest, उसके और आपकी जो भी विनर है उसके लिए 0.25 करें। Oh my God. That's heartbreaking. Nonetheless, though, आप किसी करते हैं। पहले मैं सेटिंग करना।
पहले सेटिंग करना।
Okay, who's going to be the winner?
The whole leaf.
I like it. It's the mix of highlights.
No.
Okay, it's not a.
It's the boy next door. He gets a cash investment of 25 lakhs and credit from a partner of 50 lakhs. आज की पार्टी अभिमन्यु की तरफ से। अभी can you come and give the goodie bag to the jury members, please? Jury members will give you the goodie bags, and Abhishek will give you the Abhishek dinner. That's what he meant. That's what he meant. हाँ, तो okay. हम सबके रखे हैं बराबर। Guys, please give it up for the lovely panel. Before we hit out that, guys, just a quick word, how do you feel about what happened today, right? It's a word of the country that community that you guys have made time.
Amazing. I was so amazing sometimes. It was like we really had to differentiate it point to that. That's how we Thanks.
Like you mentioned, the quality this time was very nice. Lovely pictures by all the people who came onto the stage. They have really raised the bar. I look forward to the more such events, and I mean, the onus is on the newcomers to match up to the bar which has been created today.
Yeah, I don't think anything new from what these two ladies said. But no, it's super inspiring to also see the passion of all the founders in the room and the ones that presented here as well. It's super inspiring.
So the last time I came to the event, the company that eventually became our portfolio company called Assembly. This time
I think every set of evaluation will be here.
Guys, you have one check at least.
So I think I came for the first time. Very, very interesting experience. And the good part about the D2C startup is you can take a lot of goodies along with you. You can really touch and feel the product. And looking forward to more events like it.
आपकी वीडियो तो आज फुल पुश हो गई है मैं खोलते ही पागल आज आप कुछ भी बात नहीं हो जाएगा अच्छा उनके लिए भी कुछ है तो मेरा बच्चा ने कुछ हो जाएगा आज बट थैंक यू लवली थैंक यू पैनल थैंक यू प्लीज give it up for the panel guys there was a keynote, right? We are scrapping that, but I'll tell you the reason behind it. And Abhishek बोल के थक गए हैं. सुबह से बोल रहे थे. But point is that I told you folks in the morning how the genesis of D2C Insider happened. Started out with a WhatsApp group. Today a strong community of 5,000 odd people, 5,000 founders actually, right? In addition to this, you see all these lovely people here. They came together for the community, right? So I think let's have a big round of applause for Abhishek and the entire community. Thank you very much for your support. Right? The community is nothing without the members, right? Nothing without the members. Thank you. But people who joined for the first time, when you join the main community groups, ask anything. There is no stupid question. Ask anything and everything in that group. I am promising you, you will get not one, but 10 answers to your problems. And not from people who are in your stage, but from any stage of people. I have seen people like Adil, Siddharth, Krishnan from Zuboxo, commenting and helping brands to tell them what needs to be done here, right? So please start engaging. I think your lives are about to change for the good, right? We'll move on to our first panel now. I will request my friend, of course, very good friend of mine, right? And the guy who's actually trying to change and solve the payment problem in the country. Check out is one of the biggest influencers in what a correct order has to be there, right? It's a conversion lever. It can also be a detriment experience. And if you screw the payment, the customer is lost forever. Order से भी forgiving हो सकता है, payment forgiving नहीं हो सकती, पैसा कट जाएगा, right? Please give it for Hriday, founder of what do you call it now? Actually, should I say or should I say the word one? E-com 360. Please give it for Hriday, guys. थोड़ा जोर से आ रहे हैं, I promise. I think the next one, I'm humbled to be in the presence of that gentleman, and I would actually request Abhishek to introduce him, right? Because I think Abhishek will do justice to the introduction.
How many of you have heard of this company called India Plaza? Yeah? So all the veterans of the industry would know before D2C was D2C. Right? So this was back then when e-commerce started in India. So we have Betty here. Betty, sir, where are you? Outside? Okay. So guys, Betty is the founder of India Plaza. It was the first e-commerce company out of India before Flipkart. Right? So,
where is it?
Hi sir.